also doing well. We are on unit 3 of our course outline. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, madam.
Yes,
Okay.
madam.
I was just checking if my mic was on, and then it's on. So on unit 3, we'll be talking about classroom instructions and then classroom management. Last week, Sunday, I gave an assignment after my class. Please, do you have the assignments with us? Hello. Hello.
Hi, madam.
Please, are my assignments ready?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, so for UCC, I had 2 groups, clothing and textiles and then food and nutrition students. Same for Wesco and then same for Zenith. So UCC, who is representing the food and nutrition students? Hello. Hello.
Hello, madam.
Hi, madam.
UCC. Hi, Madam Evelyn. So the UCC
Yes, madam.
students, who is representing UCC food and nutrition and then clothing and textile students for the assignments? It was a group work, so one person can represent them. Madam Gifty.
Yes, madam. Madam, please. In the learning theory, we chose activity-based learning.
I'm not saying say it now, but I mean, who is representing them? I'll be asking them in the course of our learning. So I want those who be representing, so that when it gets there, I'll call that person to give us what they did.
Okay.
So
Please,
you are representing the textile students, and then who will speak for the food and nutrition students?
Madam Jennifer.
Madam Jennifer, please, are you here?
Yes,
Madam
please,
Jennifer.
madam. I'm here.
All right, thank you. And then let's go to West School.
Madam, please. I put it there. Nobody responded. So the assignment, we haven't done it. Food class. Nobody.
You haven't
said
done
anything.
it.
Yes, please. I'm speaking the truth. Nobody responded to me, so I also decided to wait for them and see if they'll respond. But
All right. Then let me check West School. West School. Madam Angela. Madam Angela.
Yes, ma'am.
Please, West School, who is representing the food students and then who is representing the clothing and textile students?
Please, unless I ask them on the platform who will represent. So please let me ask them right now.
Okay, then let me go to Zenith. Zenith. Madam Irene. Madam Irene. Or anybody else from Zenith.
Madam, I'm here. Last week I told you about my network, so I couldn't join. That was why I was asking about the grouping when you mentioned. So I gave them the information, but it seems none of them is here now. So I'm trying to get in touch
Now,
with them.
you yourself, you didn't check the assignment.
I asked them about the assignment, and they told me they will send it to the group. And since
I remember
then,
I told you it's on the last page of the slide. You asked and I replied that it's on the last page on the slide. Or
I didn't take notes.
so that means you didn't look at.
I'm calling them.
All right. At least we have one person who did the assignment. So madam, when we get there, Madam Gifty will be giving us a contribution. Okay. The assignment is just preparing us for micro teaching. And on our last unit, we'll be doing micro teaching. Okay. So, and then I realized we might not get an event. Next week Sunday will be our last meeting. We might or may not have another platform to share our micro teaching videos with us. So we are just starting to develop our lesson notes. That's the main reason why I gave those assignments. Okay, so once you've done yours, with time we will be refining or bettering how we have written our lesson notes, so that by next week Sunday, after our lesson, we will all have a complete lesson notes and then a lesson plan. Then you have a video presentation, you send it to us, and then we get one day to discuss everything, and then we close the class. So today we'll be talking about classroom instructions and then classroom management. I shared the slides with your course reps, and then I believe you all have them. Please, do we all have them? Hello, please, do we all have the course slides for Unit 3?
Yes, madam.
Okay, so today don't attack me because Unit 4 is not out yet. Okay, when it's out, I'll give it to you. So by the end of this unit, we will be able to develop an effective instructional objective that will be used to teach home economics. So we will apply the event of instructions to develop an engaging and effective lesson. 3, we will demonstrate at least 3 teaching strategies that will enhance students' learning outcomes. And then 4, we will design and implement at least 1 approach to classroom management. And the last one is demonstrate effective team teaching, collaborating, and reflective practices to enhance instructional delivery in home economics. So those who join us later, I said we'll be breaking at 8:40 and then we'll come back at 9 o'clock to continue our class. So let's start with instructional objectives. We are all familiar with this topic, instructional objectives. They are just the description of our instructional intents. So per the content we are going to deliver, what we want students to learn, okay, those basic ideas, those particular things that we want students to get their to facilitate learning, that is what describes our instructional objectives. We are all aware that teaching is aimed at getting a desirable change in learners. We want to have a positive change in students' behavior, in the way they think, in the way they accept things. Okay, so our instructional objectives are a way of curbing the kind of desirable change that we expect to see in students. Instructional objectives are just like roadmaps. They direct us on how we go by our teaching. So if we are to define the topic before giving characteristics of it, or to before going advantages and disadvantages of it, it will tell us how we will deliver them in class. So we have our first objective telling us that students will be able to define this topic. Students will be able to identify 2 characteristics. It will show us how we will deliver our lessons, and then it will show us some strategies that we will also use to deliver our lessons. Instructional objectives may be called performance objectives We can also term it as behavioral objective or simply objective. So all of these terms are used interchangeably, but what we are most familiar with is the instructional objectives. Instructional objectives are specific, they are outcome-based, they are measurable, and they describe the learner's behavior after instruction. These are the characteristics of instructional objectives. So the first one is they are very specific. They describe what the learners are expected to do. It is very geared towards you are supposed to do this. So learners are will be able to identify learners will be able to identify. I want to use this thing, the part of a sewing machine. Learners will be able to explain why we beat egg in cake making. Okay, they are very specific, so they tell learners what they are expected to do, and then they are outcome based. This means that the objectives is going to state what the learner should do after the instructions. Okay, you stated it as by the end of the lesson, so the students know that whatever you are teaching, by the end of the lesson, if it's a 1 period, if it's 2 period, if it's 1 hour, if it's 2 hours, if it's 30 minutes, by the end of that 30 minutes, the students should be able to do this. So they are basically outcome based. The process of how the instruction happens is not considered as the objective. And then 3, it is measurable. It should describe learning outcomes that can be measured. Objectives should be seen or heard. Okay, so things that you can see or hear. If you state an objective like students should be able to know, how will you assess that they have known? But if you state an objective that students should be able to knead the dough at the end of the lesson, and then you see that they are able to do that action that you expected them to do, you can be able to measure it. You have seen it and they were able to do it. By the end of the lessons, the students should examine, identify, explain. Once you hear how they are explaining it, your goal.
Hello, madam. Please, your line is so full.
Please hold on. She said she's coming, please.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, madam.
Thank you very much. I didn't know my line went off.
Okay.
So please, what was the last thing you heard?
Okay.
I think I was still on the importance of instructional objectives. Or
Yes, the measurable, so that we're able to measure it.
so I was on the characteristics of instructional objectives.
Yes, please.
All right. Thank you, Madam Angela. Thank you, Madam Gifty. So the characteristics, I said, one, they are specific, they are outcome based, they are measurable, and then the fourth one is they describe the student's behavior. So I was explaining that we use action verbs to describe the kind of behavior we want to see from students. Okay. The importance of instructional objectives. When the change that we expect to see in students are what they are manifesting, then what we intend to do have been achieved as facilitators. So instructional objectives are very important in helping how we deliver our content to students. The one importance is objectives tell students what is expected of them. As much as it tells us, the facilitators, to know what we are supposed to teach, it also tells the students that at the end of this lesson, you are supposed to define this. So if you are listening whilst I'm teaching, and then you are listening to what I'm saying, get these ideas, because at the end of this lesson, I will evaluate you based on it. So it tells students what is expected of them. It eliminates the guesswork. If you just go to class and then you start teaching, and then you don't have instruction, you don't present the instructional objectives to students, they'll be there listening to it, but they don't really have idea on what's really they will probably be listening, but what you assess them at the end of your lesson. If you are supposed to just pop a question whilst you are teaching, what are the kind of questions that you expect them? Okay. So it will help them to know which aspects of what you are teaching that they should pay active attention to. Objectives allow the facilitator to determine the media and the materials that are necessary to facilitate the learning. So after writing the objectives, you will know that, per this topic that I'm going to teach, I have to use a practical method. With that, maybe I should give students a video to watch, and then they'll know how to do it. I can bring these items from home to the class to serve as teaching, to serve as learning resource in the classroom. So it allows the facilitator to determine the media, the TLM, everything that is necessary to facilitate learning in the class. Objectives to a large extent dictate our teaching approaches. Either you go by the ones that we talked about just last week, a PBL approach or a flipped learning approach, or you use a lecture method, you use a demonstrating method. It will tell you the approach that you have to use to deliver your lessons to students. Objectives sets the framework for evaluation. So it makes the facilitator's work easier by confining the facilitator to certain defined consideration. Evaluation is always based on each instructional objectives. So if you have 3 or 4 instructional objectives, at the end of you the facilitator, you expect that by the end of the lesson, the students should be able to express themselves in what you have identified. Okay, so it will determine that if per one objective you use an oral method to evaluate how the learning outcome came. So if you have, the student should be able to define what food is. You definitely tell them to at the end of the lesson. So you ask them what food is, and then they will able to recite it or tell you based on how they understood it. If you say the student should be able to knead or stitch or make a French scene, by the end of it, you will make sure that you have seen the French scene that they have done. So it will set the framework for you to evaluate. Either it will be a presentation, it will be an oral discussion, it will be a demonstration that students will do for you to see that learning has taken place. They provide a means for making the instructions effective. And then 6, it gives the facilitator a defined target. So as much as information that we have to present to students, when as every facilitator, you have array of information where you get a lot of information from me, from Google, from research UX. But once you have an instructional objective, you are looking for a specific thing. Okay, so if you have defined, we are going to look for the definition of just that thing to give to your students. So it gives the facilitator a defined target in instructional delivery. How then do we write an instructional objective? We write instructional objective in sentence or question formats. So it can be a sentence form or it can be in a question form. Heinrich et al. In 2002 suggested that a well-written instructional objectives has these 4 parts. We have the ABCD approach, where A is the audience, B will tell us the kind of behavior that you want them to show, C is the condition under which the behavior should be explored, and then D is the degree of accuracy. We'll take them one by one. The first one is A. When we go to the classroom, it's between the teacher and the students. Okay, the teacher is the facilitator. You are just a facilitator helping students to get a kind of change that we all want to see in them. So when you go to the classroom, you get the student too. The students here becomes your audience, those that are going to listen to what you are delivering. So the A stands for the audience, and the audience are your students. So we write them as the learners or the students. So you have your preamble. By the end of the lesson, then your audience will come. The students, it can be also be written as the first year home economics students, the second year home economics students, the home economics A students. Okay, you can also write it like that because they are also your audience, but ideally you make it simple. You don't have enough space to write all those things, so you just make it simple by writing the learner or the student. And then the second one is behavior. The behavior you expect to see in them, in your audience. And then they are all verbs. All the behaviors are written in verbs form. So this is the heart of the objectives, and it must be measurable, observable, specific. So we use verbs like the student should be able to define, identify, apply, demonstrate, discuss. These are the verbs, okay, that you want your students to work around, okay, which will explain the kind of behavior that you want to see in the students. And then behavior that we are talking about, as I already said, they should be measurable. It should be a behavior that you can measure. So you don't use verbs like the student should be able to know. At the end of the lesson, the student tells you that they know. You told them that by the end of the lesson, the student should be able to know what food is. And then when you're evaluating, you ask them if they know, and they tell you they know. That was the only thing that you told them you told that you were expecting from them, and they know. But how will you, the facilitator, know if the students know? So that's the way that you have to ask a question, different question, to go further to see that if the students know what you're talking about. And by that, you shouldn't use the know, you shouldn't use understand. The students should understand. The students should be able to comprehend, appreciate. But if you say the students should be able to identify 3 reasons why we do a particular thing, by then the students will be able to understand. They have understood what you are saying. That's why they were able to identify what you expected them to do. So they should be measurable, they should be observable, and then they should be specific. And then the third one is the condition. So most of us are used to doing just the A and then the B, but we have another aspect called the C, which is the condition. There are the circumstances under which the objective should be completed. So when you go to the classroom and you're teaching, based on, it can be that based on your teaching learning resources, you had a chart, okay, and then you are using the chart or a picture or a big banner on the board, and that is what you are using to explain some concepts or some ideas or to students, or you have probably shared some printed images around for them to see. So you add that to the objective. So if you want students to identify the types of grains we have, probably you have displayed a picture of grains. So with the picture pasted on the board, the students should be able to identify the types of grains we have. By then you have your picture on the board, and then you are using the picture to facilitate learning in the class. So that will be the condition under which your objective, the learning, the desirable outcome you want to see in students should be completed. So we have an example like the students should be able to outline at least the first 5 steps to follow in making an apron by hand. We have making an apron. You can make an apron with a sewing machine. Okay, you can also make it by doing stitching with your hand. So under which condition do you want them, the student, to do it? Do you want them to use a sewing machine? Do you want them to use their hand to do it? Let's go to our normal example that we use, our usual example that we use, whisking an egg. We have an electric whisk, and then we have hand whisk. So what do you want students to use? If you have the electric one, the students should be able to whisk egg using the hand one or the electric one. So this is just the condition that will specify how the learning outcome should be. You can also have working in groups. Okay, by the end, the students should work in groups and then bring out some characteristics of a cotton fiber. You can also say, using the recipe in the home economics textbooks, the students should be able to prepare, then you add the kind of food that you want them to use. So using a thread and needle, the students should be able to make this type of stitch. That is just the condition that you specify for students. And then the last one is the degree. The degree is the kind of accuracy you expect students to have. Okay. And that is what you use to judge if what I was teaching was effective or not. So with a degree of accuracy, you can use a specified time, like in 20 minutes. In 20 minutes, the student should be able to make an even stitch. 20 minutes is even bigger, longer than making an even stitch. So in 5 minutes, the student should be able to make an even stitch. The student should be able to define what food is in not more than 3 minutes. So you can use a time limit, or you can use as to a specific standard. Probably there are ways of, let me use a clothing example. For you to see that a stitch is perfectly done, okay, a stitch is well done. It shouldn't be too tight. It should be even. The spaces in it should be even. It shouldn't be too tight. That's the first thing that we expect to see. So you expect students to make stitches, and then you add this degree to it that the stitches that they are going to do should not be too tight, and then it should be even, and then it should be neatly pressed. If they are doing seams, they should be neatly pressed. That is what you expect to see in the kind of behavior you wanted them to do. So you can have a number of correct answers. The students should be able to identify at least 5 parts of the sewing machine on the picture. Probably pasted a picture on the board. Okay, there are a lot of parts in it. So out of these 20 parts, they should describe at least 5 from it. And you don't expect them to make mistakes. You can add all these to it to see that, to identify the degrees. So when they are learning, or they are listening to what you are saying, they'll make sure that at the end of it, you expect to get this kind of information from them. You expect to get this kind of ideas from them. You expect them to get this kind of practical skills. So I have this objective here, giving the picture of a cross section of an egg. The students will be able to label the different parts with less than 3 mistakes. So you just unmute yourself, and then you tell me the A in this picture, the B in this picture, the C, and the A in this instructional objective, B, C, and D in this instructional objective. Who'll give it a try? Hello.
Hello, madam.
Can you see my screen? Can you
No,
all see my
madam.
screen?
No,
Yes.
madam.
Really? All this while?
Yes.
Yes.
And no one told me. Hey, I'm sorry, okay. I thought I was sharing my screen. I'm really sorry about that.
Oh, problem.
I think it went off when my line and the network went off. Oh, I'm really sorry about
It's
that.
cloud.
So I believe you all can see it. So I have this here, giving the picture of the cross section of an egg. The students will be able to label the different parts with less than 3 mistakes. So I want just one person to tell me the A, B, C, D in this objective. Madam Edlin.
Madam.
Yes, please help us.
Madam, I'm coming.
All right, we are waiting for you. Or would you call someone to help you?
Yes, madam.
Madam, please, what are the ABCDs for? I'm sorry.
Did my line go off when I was saying the ABC? I was explaining the ABCDs. Please,
No,
did
madam.
you
No,
hear
madam.
me talk about
I was not
ABCDs?
lying.
You all didn't hear the ABCD of instructional objective.
Madam, we heard you.
Madam, I was not lying. We heard you.
Madam, please let me try.
Wait, I'm coming. Hold on, I'm coming. I just want to know if my line went off when I was Did we talk about this slide, writing or formulating instructional objective? Did we talk about them?
Yes, madam.
Okay. So let me go back. I said when we are writing instructional objective, we have this approach, okay? We have the A, B, C, D that we use to write instructional objective. We say the A is for the audience. So we have the learners. They are the ones listening to you. Okay, that's the A. So in writing your objective, by the end of the lesson, the students, the learners, the students in home economics A, the first year home economics students, but we shorten them to be the learners will be able to, that's the A. And the B is the behavior that you want to see in them. That's where we use the verbs. The students will be able to explain, the students will be able to identify, the students will be able to apply. That is the behavior. And the C stands for the condition that you want the behavior to be seen. You have a picture pasted on the board the students are looking at to give you the answers that you want. That is the condition. The circumstance under which the objectives must be completed. Okay. So we have students working in a group. So in groups of 2, 3, the students will be able to identify 5 characteristics of something. Giving a recipe, using the recipe book, the students will be able to prepare this food. So that is the condition under which you want them to do that thing. So you have an example like the students should be able to outline at least the first 5 steps to follow in making an apron by hand. So in making an apron the students will be able to identify the ones that we do with the hand, not with the sewing machine. That is the condition under which you want the objective to be completed. And the last one is the degree of accuracy. Degree of accuracy you want to see in your objective that you are delivering. The degree of accuracy can be related as a time limit. So in 20 minutes, the students should be able to explain or define what food is in less than 2 minutes, in less than 3 minutes. The students should be able to knead or whisk an egg in not more than 5 minutes. That is the degree you want to see in what you the change you want to see expect from students. It can be in the number of correct answers. So 7 out of 10. If you probably have 10 reasons why we do something, the students should be able to identify at least 7 reasons why we do this. The students should be able to identify at least 2 reasons for engaging in something. You can compare it to a standard, okay? You can also compare it to a specific standard like the students should be able to make an apron, okay, with stitches that are not with stitches that are not too tight, or the stitches should be even. If they are making seams too, we expect the seams to be flat. It shouldn't be bulky. So that is the degree that you expect to see in the students. And then I gave this example here. This is an instructional objective. And then I want you to identify the A, the B, the C, and the D of it. So A, your audience. B, the behavior you want to see. The C, the condition. And the D, the degree. Is it okay now?
Yes, madam. Thank you very much.
Madam,
So who is going to start?
Madam,
Yes, I'm listening.
madam, please, with the behavior,
Can we
you
start
were-
from A? Can we start
as
from
you
A?
were, hello,
Yes, I'm listening.
madam, please, with the behavior, when you were explaining, when you projected it, I saw that we should avoid certain verbs such as know, understand, comprehend, and then appreciate. Can you kindly give us some of the verbs that you are supposed to use?
The verbs you're supposed to use. So
Yes,
The
please.
reason why we said do not use verbs like know, understand, comprehend, appreciate. Okay, how will you assess if evaluate if a student is able to appreciate a particular that thing that you were expecting? How will you know? How will you evaluate it?
Madam, unless they state
Unless they state,
or
so you
give
tell
out.
them to state. So instead of using appreciate, you tell them to state. That will let you know that they have. You get it? So you can use verbs like the students should be able to define, examine, identify, apply, demonstrate,
Demonstrate. Yeah.
create. Okay, verbs that are measurable, you can
That's
see, you
right.
can hear.
That's right.
Madam, please, are you okay? Hello. All right.
Very much.
You're welcome. So let's go back to this. Madam Evelyn, will you come back again? Or I should get a different person? Oh, if you have any idea, you can just unmute
Now, more
yourself and
people
then.
have raised their hands up, please.
Oh, really? I'm not there, so I haven't seen it. I'm sorry. Okay.
Madam, I want to try.
We have
Okay, I have Madam Josephine. Madam
Me-
Josephine.
Okay.
Madam, I want to try. The A starts from students will be able to.
Yes, they are the
And the
audience.
B, please, yes, and the B, label the different tasks.
So to
That will
label.
be the B. And
Yes.
then the C will be giving the picture of a cross section of an egg. That will be the C. And then the D will be with less than 3 mistakes. I think so.
Thank you very much, Madam Josephine. Do you all agree with her?
Yes, madam.
Yes, madam.
Yes, madam.
Yes, ma'am.
So we've been able to identify our ABCDs in instructional objective. We have guidelines in writing instructional objectives. So whatever instructional objective that you write, you should take note of these things. You are not supposed to combine tasks at different level into one single objective. So you don't have an objective like by the end of the lesson, the students should be able to state and then explain. You know, when you are stating something, you are just given maybe just one sentence of it. State 5 parts of the sewing machine. You have the spool pin, we have the presser folds. You are just stating. But when you go, when you tell you to explain, you are going a bit further to tell us what it does or how it looks like. Okay, you're not supposed to combine such into one single objective. So if you're first, you can just break them into two objectives. By the end of the lesson, the students should be able to state the ingredients we use to prepare ingredients we use to prepare yakayake. They should explain why we are using this particular ingredient at this stage. And then each statement should have only one task in it. It further explains the first one. You shouldn't have two in one single objective. By the end of the lesson, the student should be able to state. Then as you come to the second one, by the end of the lesson, the student should be able to apply. Third one, by the end of the lesson, the student should be able to demonstrate. You don't have all in just one objective. And then the third one, you should use action verbs like mention, state, tabulate, classify, distinguish, or draw. Okay. And then state it to show that the expected learning outcome will occur throughout the lesson and not only at the end of the lesson. So this one, we go back to how you have arranged your instructional objectives. When you are coming to teach a particular topic, you start from defining it. Then if there are characteristics of it, you say it. Then if we have advantages, then you come to disadvantages of it. So your objective will probably go in the format that the first one will be by the end of the lesson, the student should be able to explain by the second one will be by the end of the lesson, the students will be able to identify the characteristics of the third one. By the end of the lesson, the students will be able to state the advantages, and the last one will be by the end of the lesson, the students should be able to state the disadvantages. So the students know that we will start from the definition, then we go to characteristics, then we go to advantages, and we come to disadvantages. So if we get to this explaining characteristics of it, the teacher might probably to see that if the students have understood what she said, she can ask what the definition was. Okay, so you state this in a way that it will occur throughout the lesson, but the real evaluation will be done after you are done with the lesson. So here comes the assignment I gave you last week. Okay, we are starting to write our objective. So we will start from UCC. Madam Angela, you said you have done yours. So just tell us about, I think in designing that in what you designed, you probably had the objective stated. Madam Angela, did you do that? Hello.
Madam is Madam Gift you.
Gifty, sorry. Madam Gifty.
Yes, madam.
So please, can you read your objectives to us?
Okay, madam. Madam, please, by the end of the lesson, learners will be able to demonstrate the skills in making stitches.
Learners will be able to demonstrate the skills in making stitches.
Using needle and thread, hand needle and thread.
So you give us the A, B, C, D of it.
Okay, please. A is the learning.
Please say it again so that I'll write it. Demonstrate the skills.
Demonstrate the skills in making.
I'm listening.
In making stitches.
Okay.
Using. Madam, please make it in making five types of stitches. Using 5 types of stitches. Using hand needle and thread.
Okay.
In 45 minutes.
So what's the A, B, C, D here?
The A is the learner.
Okay. And the B?
And the B is demonstrating the skills.
So they should demonstrate the skills. Okay, yes. It's the B. And then the C?
The C is using the thread and needle. Hand thread and needle.
And then the D?
And the D is in 45 minutes.
Okay. That's very good. So we can just write it as the students should be able to demonstrate the skills in making at least, okay, the stitches, you make it at least 5 types. The reason I'm saying make it at least 5 types is sometimes there might be interruptions where you might not end your class. Okay. If you're not able to end your class, that means you may not meet that 5 types of stitches, the goal that you expected to meet. But if you make it at least, and then they're able to make 3, you know that there's a continuation you have to go, okay, and continue.
Yes.
Make it at least 5 types of stitches using hand needle and thread. Thank you very much. We have Madam Jennifer from UCC. I know if you didn't do it, it's fine, but you can just give us another example. Do you have any instructional objective in mind? Wait, if you spoke, you are the one who described the one for us, right?
Madam.
Yes, Madam Jennifer.
No, this is Madam Benedicta. Please,
Madam Benedicta.
I wanted to ask something about. I wanted to ask about ask a question. What she said about the D, I didn't get it. Please,
the degree of accuracy.
Yes, she what she said rather confused me, because I know that the degree of accuracy, she said that at least they should be able to make hand stitches, 5 hand stitches. So the degree has to do with maybe out of the 5 she's expecting them to do, how many are they going to be able to do? Is that not the degree?
Okay, no, that's not the degree.
Okay.
See, what she said confused all of us. Okay, the degree should be the type of stitches that you want them to be. How do you expect them to be? Madam Benedicta, are you
Yes,
here with me?
yes,
How do you
please.
expect the stitches to be? Should they be too, you want them not to be too tight, okay? So that would have been the degree she didn't add to the. So the students should be able to demonstrate their skills in making at least 5 types of stitches which are not too tight by using hand needle and thread in not more than 45 minutes. Madam Benedict, are you okay?
Yes, madam.
So, Madam Gifty,
Yes, madam. Madam, please, can you also do it neatly?
have you made those? Have you made that
Madam,
correction in it?
Can you also
madam,
do it neatly? Neatly.
Neatly what?
By the end of the
madam,
lesson, learners will be able
Yes.
to make at least 5 types of stitches using
Mm.
hand needle neatly made in 45 minutes.
Neatly made.
In 45 minutes.
Okay, well, you can also describe the criteria and the degree that you want them to. It should be neatly made. But I believe in making stitches, it's not just about being. It's being neat. Okay. Stitches we assess it with evenness of it, and then it shouldn't be too tight. It shouldn't be too loose. Okay. So if they
Yes,
should be neatly
madam.
made, to add at least another one to it.
Yes, madam.
They can
Thank
make it
you.
too even, but it can be neat. Okay, so if you add it to it, like they should make at least 5 types of stitches which are not too tight by using hand needle and thread in not more than 45 minutes. It's fine.
Yes, madam. Thank you.
I had another person talking.
madam, please,
I'm
it's
not at
still
that side, so if
Benedicta.
you raise your hand, I won't see. So just unmute yourself and tell me. Okay.
Madam,
Yes,
please,
I'm listening.
with the degree at the slides given to us, the last point, it says
Okay.
that degree of accuracy can be related as a time limit. So maybe in 20 minutes or a number of correct answers. So that was why I was saying that if she's teaching 5 hand stitching techniques, and then the number of techniques the children will be able to grasp when she gives them classwork or something, that will be the degree, because the explanation here says that a number of correct answers, maybe 7 out of 10, or a range of accuracy, maybe 90%, are qualitative standards.
So you are trying to say she said in 45 minutes.
Yes, then so in that 45 minutes, how many of the hand stitching techniques can the children be able to do on their own? That's my understanding of the degree out of the 5.
So as I said, okay, she can. It's not like it is always supposed to be this way. You can use the time limit, you can use 7 out of 10, and then you can also use the standard. And the standard is
Okay.
where they said the even and not too tight. Okay, so she made
Okay.
one, she wrote one, and it's not bad stating one.
Yes, madam.
So once you have understood it, please give us one instructional objective before you mute yourself. Before you mute yourself.
One instructional objectives.
Yes.
Oh, maybe labeling a plant. Student will be able to label at
Please
least
start
5
by the end of let's start
by
from by
sorry. Okay. By the end of the lesson,
yes.
learners will be able to label at least 6 parts of a plant.
Please let's make it in home economics. Okay. Let's bring it to courses related to home economics, some topics in home economics.
Okay. By the end of the lesson, learners
Okay.
will be able to home economics. Will be able to create a rock bounce. Madam,
What did you say?
I said by the end of the lesson, learners will be able to bake a rock bounce. Is it?
Hello, madam.
Is that all? Please let me finish with her, right, and then I'll get back to you, okay? Please, is that all?
Okay.
Yes, madam. So
By the end of the
they are
lesson,
baking
so
rock. They are baking rock bounce. Yes, madam.
so your A,
My A will be the learners. How
and
are
your
they
B.
going to perform the test? The behavior that they will bring into the specific action they will do to perform that task that I've given them.
So
Madam, she's
which one is the B
confusing
in
us.
your please, what did you say?
Please, I said she's confusing us.
Hey
I just
boy.
want to, I think she's a bit confused. Okay, she's confusing all of us. Like I wanted to set her to get what we all mean, and then we all identify some. Okay.
Hello, madam.
So I don't know who was talking. Please, yes, let me listen.
Hello, madam.
Yes, I'm listening.
Hello.
Yes, I'm listening. I can hear you. We can hear you.
My concern is about the degree of accuracy. I think that is the time limit, because every lesson at least take 45 to 60 minutes. So if we say that at the end of the lesson, then we also go back and say the time 45 or 30.
Okay, so that's your confusion. We have already stated by the end of the lesson. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Yes. So the degree, okay, I think she's off. But that is just a preamble by the end of the lesson. Okay. We are not saying your lesson is 2 hours, so they should be able to do that in 2 hours. They should be able to do that after your 2 hours. But we come to the specific one that you want them to do. They should be able to explain or they give a particular definition in not in 2 minutes, in 3 minutes. It doesn't tell you that your lesson will take 2 minutes for you to cover that topic. Are we all okay with it?
Madam,
Yes, I'm listening.
we are listening to you. Madam, after that, I also want to present my own and see whether I'm correct or not.
Okay, present it.
My own is, by the end of the lesson, the
Mm.
learners should be able to identify identify body measurements needed for basic block. B, take accurate body measurements.
I want to write so that I will remember. So identify body measurements.
Needed for basic block.
Okay.
B, take accurate body measurement.
Okay.
C. Draft a female body's block using a pattern paper.
Using a pattern paper. Hello.
And then C. Cut and label the pattern paper. Cut and label the pattern
Please,
pieces
can you go
correctly.
back to draft a female body's block using. Hello.
A female body block using a pattern paper.
Okay.
And then D. Cut and label the pattern pieces correctly.
Okay. So please let's identify your A, your B, your C, and then your D in the first one. So the first one we're talking about identify body measurements needed for basic block. So your A is the learner should be. Hello.
Yes, madam.
Please, your A in the first one.
The A is identify body measurement needed for basic block.
Your A, the audience.
By the end of the lesson, the learner should be able.
So which one is your A? Right? Your audience. Who are your audience?
The learners, yeah.
Yes, the learners, and then B. So
identify body measurement needed for basic block.
So the B is identify. It's not the whole thing. Okay. It is identify. It is the behavior. So the behavior is to identify. Okay. And then the C.
Take accurate body measurements.
That's the condition you have for them. That won't be the condition. That will be a degree.
Madam, please, would the condition be the use of the pattern paper?
Yes, that would be the condition. But here she's not using pattern paper to take body measurements. So identify body measurements needed for a basic block. Okay, using probably a picture on the board. Using probably a picture on the board or your textbook. Do you get it?
Yes.
Hello.
Okay. Yes, madam.
That is your condition. They should identify body measurement that's needed for basic block. Which condition do you want them to do that? Do you have a picture pasted on the board which has a list of it, or have you written it on the board, or did you send a video for them to watch it? That would be the condition under which they should perform it.
So, madam,
it
means it wasn't stated well.
It wasn't stated well, so she has to add the C to it.
Okay.
And then the D. If they should identify, do you want them to identify at least 3 or 4 out of the number, the particular, the overall number we have? Or they should identify without making mistakes?
They should identify only 4.
So they should identify at least 4. Okay. That will be your degree of accuracy. So are you okay with the first objective? So it shouldn't be like all the objectives. You should have maybe A in objective 1, B in objective 2. If you're using 4 objectives, each objective should have A, B, C, D in it. Okay. And then I know by then you have already stated your preamble. You have your A. By the end of the lesson, the learners. So you have your A already at top, the learners. Then you come to B, C, D in the rest.
Okay.
Okay. Do you have another example?
Thank you very
Yes,
much.
madam.
You're
Madam
welcome.
Bennett.
So please,
Madam,
yes,
please, I
let's.
have one.
Okay, let me listen. Let me come here so that we can.
Mine, in not less than 5 minutes, learners should be able to describe how bechamel sauce is prepared in
Please,
reference to the cookbook.
I want to write it. So let's go slow. Okay, in not less than.
5 minutes.
Okay.
Learners would be, or learners should be able to describe how bechamel sauce is prepared in reference to the cookbook.
Is prepared with. Okay, so please let's go. Which one is your A, your B, your C, your D?
Learners is the A.
Okay.
And then B, describing how the bechamel, or describe, the describe is the B.
Yes, they
And the
describe. So
condition is the cookbook. And then the degree is not less than 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Thank you very much, Madam Vivian.
You're welcome.
Madam, please, can I come with mine?
Yes, Madam Ellen.
Okay. Mine too is by the end of the lesson, about 80% of students will be able to differentiate between temporary and permanent stitches using a list of stitches with 2 specific examples for each in less than
right. Madam, I'm
3
writing.
minutes.
So let's. Hello, Madam Ellen.
Sorry,
Don't
yes,
worry.
madam.
So about 80% of the students will be able to
differentiate between temporary and permanent stitches. Using a list of stitches.
Okay. Using a list of stitches, is that all?
No. Using a list of stitches on the board. And give 2 examples of each in less than 3 minutes.
Okay, so let's start with the A, B, C, D. Hello. Madam Ellen.
Hello, madam. Hello, madam.
Yes. So A, B, or A, B, C, D.
So the A is the student. B
okay.
is the differentiate.
Okay, yes.
Then the C, that is they are using a list on the board.
Okay. And then
the
D
is the less than 3 minutes. And also the percentage falls under that.
Thank you very much. And then we pick our last person, Madam Angela. Thank you, Madam Ellen. Thank you, Madam Vivian. And then let's go to Madam Angela.
Okay. So by the end of the lesson, students will be able to design and prepare a balanced meal plan.
We don't combine. Design and prepare a balanced
meal plan.
Okay.
That meets the daily nutritional needs of an individual. Taking into consideration factors such as age, sex, and the physical activity. Yes.
Okay, taking into consideration
factors such as age,
sex, and physical activity.
Is that all?
Yes, please.
Okay. So let me compliment on this first. So as I said, when we were talking about the guidelines, you don't combine two, okay, two verbs in it. So you have design and then they are preparing.
Okay.
So you have to choose one. Either they are designing or they are preparing. Okay, so the students should be able to design, the students should be able to prepare.
Okay.
So we are taking one from it. A balanced meal, that means the daily nutritional needs of individual, taking into consideration factors. So the factors, okay, you don't need necessarily to write all these over there.
Okay.
Take into consideration the factors, then you end there.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
So there's no need to write all the factors.
There's no need to write all the factors. If you have already explained the factors to them and then they know that the factors are age, sex, and then physical activities, you don't need to list everything over there.
Okay.
Okay, so let's start with your A. Which one? What is your A here?
So my A will be the student.
Okay, and your B.
And my D will be design a balanced meal plan.
It's just the verb, so it is the design.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
And
So
then the C.
my C will be the factors.
Okay,
That's
the factors.
the condition to
Take
the
into
factors.
consideration the factors. So okay, into the factors.
Yes. Yes. And my D will be meeting the daily nutritional needs of the individual.
All right.
Mr. Maggie,
Yes,
mute
you should meet
yourself.
the daily. I'm coming. So your D should meet the daily nutritional needs of an individual. Okay.
Yes, please.
All right. Thank you very much. Madam
Welcome.
Lorna, we'll take from Madam Margaret and then Madam Lorna, then we end this session. So Madam Lorna.
Please, mine is a question. From what Madam Angie said, design and prepare. It means when you can break it down to get two objectives.
Yes, Madam, you can.
Okay.
Madam Margaret. Madam Margaret. Madam Margaret. I think maybe it's a mistake. Please let's check her backgrounds and then mute it. If you have Madam Margaret's number, you call her that her background is her background is not muted. Okay. All right. Hello. Hello.
Hello, madam.
Are we all okay with writing an instructional objective?
Yes, madam.
All right. So let's move on to the classifications of objectives.
Hello, madam.
Yes, madam.
Please, I have a question. Please, is it possible to have two audience in your objectives?
And then the two audience, which people are those?
Like this one, by the end of the lesson, the learner would be able to plan a day meal for a teenage girl using locally available foods that include all 6 food groups.
Okay, so which ones are the audience that you are terming as there too?
So I'm thinking the learner and then planning the meal for A teenage girl. So the teenage girl.
So is a teenage girl in the class with you?
No, please.
So you are not teaching the teenage girl. It is the learner who you are teaching.
Okay.
She's doing something for the teenage girl.
Okay.
Okay. You can plan food for every other person, toddlers, miss those working, but you want her to plan a meal for such a learner to plan a meal for a teenage girl.
Okay.
So the teenage girl doesn't become your audience. The learners are your audience. When you go to your classroom, it is just the learners
Okay.
who are the audience in the class.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Let's move on to classifications of objectives. We have three main domains of objectives. According to the Bloom's taxonomy of educational objectives, we have the cognitive, affective, and then the psychomotor domains. We're not going to waste much time on the cognitive, affective, and then the psychomotor. You know, when we talk of cognitive, we are talking of things of the brain. Okay, so whatever objective you set, you can link it to them having the knowledge of it. Okay, them understanding, students applying, analyzing it, synthesizing, and then evaluating. So the domains that Bloom talked about, he said they are in levels of hierarchy. Okay, so this level serves as a build-up for the next level, and then the two serves as a build-up for the third level. So let's talk about the first cognitive one. You first have knowledge. So you can start with student ability to recall, define, or identify specific information during instructions. So you can have an instruction objective like by the end of the lesson, the student should be able to define. If the student is able to define, that means the student was able to process it in her mind, his or her mind, and then brought it out. Okay, the student should be able to recall, identify. They are all processes of the knowledge. And then when they identify, they will be able to understand. So students were able to define what food is. Food is anything liquid or solid, which when taken provides substances that are essential for the body to grow. They have the definition of it. Then they will understand that if you eat food, you have energy to do something. And then they can apply into concrete actions such as figuring or handling equipment. So food is by the definition, you told them that food is anything liquid or solid, which when taken. So they know that food is anything liquid or solid. So if I drink beverage in the morning, it is food. If I eat bread, it is food. If I take in malt, it is food. It is liquid, and then it can also be in the form of solid. They can apply it, and then students can they will analyze. Students can recognize the structure of information, break it down into constituent parts, and specify the relationship between the parts. Oh, okay. So Madam said in GHS when we describe we learned about food in food economics. My teacher said it's anything liquid or solid. So we were told not to eat in class. So if you eat in class and then you are caught, you'll be punished. Sometimes she'll come to the class and then people will be drinking water. And then she'll tell you that you are eating in the class and they will be like, oh, madam, it's water. But the definition of food says anything liquid or solid. Okay, so students can break it down. Okay, when I drink water, you will get the energy to do whatever if you are thirsty, you do it. Okay, so a student having such an idea will relate it to that. Oh, okay, so if I take in water, it is also food. And then they can make their judgment based on the weight of it. So food gives, when you take in food, it helps your body to process or work the way they are supposed to work. Work. So if I take in this kind of foods, my body will work this way. If I take in this kind of food, this is how it will work. And then they will be able to make see the worth of such foods that they are supposed to eat, and then it will give them that energy. So whatever instructions objective that you are designing, it should focus on the knowledge on students, how they comprehend it, how they apply it, how they analyze it, how they will synthesize it, and then make evaluations based on it. That's the same thing that applies to the affective domains. Affective domains. So we have receiving, responding, valuing, organizing, and characterization. The student first becomes aware of the idea. So in groups of 5, students should bring out some characteristics of food, some characteristics of portion, importance of portion control. So they become aware of the idea that, oh, I can learn in group. We should work in groups to bring out the importance of portion control. Then they respond. That is where they participate. Okay, actively participate in the group work that they are supposed to do. Then they value it, accept the worth of belief. That means they develop a commitment to it. Okay, it's a group work, so I have this responsibility. I have to do it. I have to be a member of it. Whatever thing that will bring at the end, I am part of it. Okay, so they develop a commitment to it. And then organization. So mostly what we do in group work is we divide parts to ourselves. You do this part, I'll do this part, I'll do you two do this part, and then after that we'll bring it together. So students share responsibility or roles to themselves, and then after work on each part. After that, they will bring all the parts together, and then they will present it. If they present it and then they see the worth of it, that they have to apply it to their life, then they characterize it, allowing values to control or guide their behaviors. So if they realize that portion control really saves it prevents waste of food, then they will start applying it in their lives. And then we have the psychomotor domains, which start from perception. The student become aware of the action to be performed through her senses. Okay, so we are going to make stitches, we are going to knead a roll, we are going to whisk an egg, we are going to prepare this particular kind of food, we are going to bake. Becomes aware of it, and then they become ready to act mentally, physically, and emotionally. Set. It's just like running a race. On your mat, get set. You get ready for it. And then through guided response, students perform actions under supervision. So this is what we are going to do. First, you have to wash your vegetables. You have to wash it. You have to peel and remove those parts which are not wanted. You tell them all these things. You have to get your needle, your hand sewing needle, then you put your thread inside, and then you present you hold your fabric this way, and then you start this. You guide them, the facilitator, you guide them, and then there's mechanism. Perform action habitually with some degree of confidence. They will start, okay, based on what you are saying, the students will start to do it, but they will make mistakes. They will make mistakes, and then they'll ask questions, and then you tell them how to do it, and then they'll correct it. And then there will be complex overt responses where students perform action automatically without hesitation. And at that point, they perform with high degree of skills. They feel like, oh, I did this and then I made this mistake, and my teacher told me that I should do it this way. And I made it this way, and then I made the correct thing. So I'll try another one. And then the student does it and then got a correct one. You see that sometimes in class, you'll be teaching and you'll be doing a practical work, and then you are probably attending to another person, but the person that you taught first is now teaching a friend who can't go the way she's supposed to go, or is making mistakes. And then the person can adapt it, can modify actions or skills to deal with the problem situation. Oh, okay, Madam told me to do it this way. And I realized that when I did it, I was able to do it. Okay, then if you do it this way too, you get the same results. So probably what you taught the students can also do it another way and then achieve the same results, same accuracy that you were expecting. And then after that, students can create new patterns to fit a particular situation or the problem. So you were just teaching them how to do it. So they were probably working in a line form. Let me still use stitches. They were doing French notes in a line form. But probably the students will start using it to design something. You make it in a circular form, in an oval form, okay, and then to maybe draw something, then use some parts of it, design some parts of it with the French notes. That is how learning is supposed to take place. Let's move on to the events of instructions. Events of instructions. It was propounded by Robert Gagne. He's a renowned educational psychologist. So his model provides a framework for designing effective instruction. And by that, you outline the sequence of events that enhances learning and promotes the acquisition of knowledge and skills. Each event presents a specific stage in the instructional process and serves a distinct purpose. So his 9 events of instructions are just what a teacher should follow, okay, in terms of delivering lesson to students. He feels that he's an educational psychologist, and then he's saying that is the best way to facilitate learning in the class. So his events of instructions are these. We have 1, 2 to 9. We have the first one, gain attention of the learners. Whenever you're going to present information to students, you gain attention of the learners. And this one, I'll make it a practical, I'll make it a discussion because we've all been in the field. How do you gain attention of the learners? Hello.
Hi, madam.
How do you gain attention of your learners? I'm stopping my presentation, so please remind me that I have to present again, okay? Like I have to show my screen. I might forget and then not present, show my screen. So after this session, please, one person can just remind me. Thank you very much. So how do you gain students' attention in class?
Madam, please, I want my sister to help us. Sister here.
Madam, you can gain their attention, like when they are making noise when you are teaching, you can stop a while, or you minimize your thoughts.
No,
you
I
can
mean
also
that when you are starting the lecture, the teaching, okay, you are starting to teach students.
Madam, please.
You just enter the class. How would you gain their attention?
Madam, using starters, songs and rhymes, or revealing their RPK.
All right, that's good.
Madam,
Madam,
you greet them
someone's
first.
hand was up here. Madam, just we can talk.
Madam, I said I think you greet the learners first. When you enter the class, you greet them.
Okay, that one too is okay. And then who else?
And madam, please, I think you can also incorporate some clean humor to create a relaxed atmosphere and engage students before the lesson begins.
That's also good. All I said are good.
Madam,
Okay, you can
I
use.
also think we can even share the objectives with them. Like you tell them what you want them to achieve at the end of the lesson.
Okay. Okay. They're all good.
Madam, please, you can also introduce energizers.
What do you term as the energizers?
Madam, please, maybe either they will sing or do any activity to bring their minds into what they are going to do.
All right. Okay. Thank you for your contributions. So The first one that I'm talking about, you gain students' attention. Okay. Here you're just arousing their interest in what you're coming to teach. So it's like you can start by what you said, by giving energizers. Okay. You can start by singing a song in the class to get the attention that you are around, and then you come to start a class. And the song that you are going to sing, it should be related to what you are going to teach. Okay. If you are going to prepare them for the class, you should do something that it's in relation to what you are going to present in the class. It should be in relation with the particular subjects you are going to teach in class. You can ask them questions to get them interested in what you're going to teach. You can give them facts. You see that when you tell them that there's a particular fact about something, students will be interested in what you come to tell them. Then just gaining attention of the learners is just by it's just to motivate them, okay, to keep their minds prepared, to make them ready for your class that you are going to teach. So there are various ways you can get the attentions of students. And then 2, you inform students of your objectives. You don't start by informing students of your objectives, like as someone said. I don't know which person said it, but like I heard from your responses. You start gaining their attention, okay, by probably saying a riddle. You give them, you tell them a riddle, and then you expect answers from them. And then they'll be giving you answers. Madam, this is the answer. Madam, this is the answer. Then you tell them, okay, this is the answer. If one person gets it correct, yes, this is the answer. Okay, so today we are going to talk about this topic. Then you inform students of your objectives. So you can start by giving a scenario. We all live in. What food did you bring to school today, Madam? This morning I brought this food. Maybe probably to be after break. When it was break time, first break, what food did you eat, Madam? I ate this. I ate this. I ate this. Okay, I ate this particular type of food. So today we'll be discussing food. What food is, the concept of food, or what food is, and then we talk about some functions of food. And then after that, you present your objectives to them. By the end of the lesson, the students, you should be able to tell me what food is. Okay, define what food is, identify some examples of food, functions of food, and then you tell them based on whatever objectives that you have on them. And then you stimulate recall of prior lesson. So students, especially adults learners, retain concepts of new information if the concepts are related to something they already know. So you relate what you are going to do, you are going to teach with something that they already know. So you can ask questions based on what you are going to teach, so that they will know that, oh, this thing that you are going to say, you are teaching us, it explains this that I already know. This way they can make connections with their personal experiences and then with what you are going to teach them. And then you present your content. By then you have organized how you are going to present your content. You're going to explain it, you give some examples of it, and then you talk about how it works and the function of it, and then you present it in that manner that you have organized it. And then you provide learning guidance to students. If you are supposed to bring a TLR to facilitate learning, for them to see how the thing is, you present it. If you're supposed to paste something on the board for them to identify, if you are supposed to take them outside to see something so that they can relate to it, you provide learning and guidance. And then and then you expect students to elicit performance. So we can have a practical course, okay? You demonstrate everything to them, and then you expect students to perform, how apply what they saw and then do it. We elicit performance to see that if what we were teaching, it has, gone to the mind of them. Have they been able to understand? So probably you are teaching about functions of food, and then you've said something, and then you want them to relate it or have explain why you are saying something. You can ask, oh, why do I say when you eat food, it gives you energy? The students will be able to get up and then tell you that, madam, this is the experience I had in when I ate this food. I gain this energy. You have varied responses from them. By then, you see that what you thought has sunk into their brains, and then they are able to give you responses based on what you are asking them. And then whatever response they give, you provide feedback. If it's good, if it's bad, okay. If it's bad and then they need corrections or they need further clarifications, you do that. And then after that, you assess performance. You assess performance based on your instructional objectives. So assessing performance, you can it's just evaluating what you have taught. So did they go well? I gave an instructional objective that by the end of the lesson, the students should be able to define what food is. So after the lesson, okay, students, so let's by then, if you have written something on the board, or you have written definitions and everything on the board, you clean it, and then you ask them, what is food? You get students raising their hand. They may not say its exact words as you presented to them, but probably what they will say will have connections or keywords that you expect them to say. So you assess the performance to see if what you were teaching has really sunk, has really been taught, and then you enhance retention and transfer. You enhance retention and transfer. After class, students feel like, oh, this is what we were learning. It's like they are done learning it. Then they won't go back to it. But you can give assignments to students to go home and then work on. But in that way, you are enhancing retention. You are helping them to whatever that they learned, you are helping them to stick better. Okay, once they learned it in class, probably it will be a first period in the morning. By second break, most of it has gone, left their minds class. So when they go home, with the assignment is given them, they will be able to recall what they learned in class, and then they will be able to apply them or give you some answers that you expect in your assignment that you give them. So these are the 9 events of instructions in the classroom. You start by gaining the attention of students, then you inform them of your objectives, and then you link what you're going to teach to the prior knowledge that they have in it, and then you present your content. By presenting your content, you give them guidance on how they should go by it. Then you elicit performance. You tell them you tell or ask them questions to see whether they are getting your concept or what you are telling them. Then whilst asking questions, you provide feedbacks. If it's positive, you tell them that, oh yes, this is why I was meaning. If it's not what you expect, you give more clarifications to it. After everything, you assess performance, how your learning has been achieved, and then you enhance retention and how they will transfer whatever that they learned in the classroom in their life experiences. We move on to teaching strategies for. Hello.
Hello.
Did you take
Madam.
notice of the time? Did you all take notice of the time?
Yes, so
I said 8:40.
Then the star says what is it?
8:51.
8:51.
yeah.
Okay, then I don't want to break my promise. I said 8:40, so it's 8:51. Let's go and then come back at 9:10. 9:10 is 20 minutes, right?
Almost.
Well, almost. Okay. Do you want 9:21? 9:11. Okay, it's almost. So let's go and then have some break, or you can just be reading or going over what we have said earlier. And then let's come back at 9:10. Okay. Let's check our 9:11. Okay.
All right. Okay.
Please let's make sure to mute our backgrounds, okay, when we leave. Hello. Hello.
Hello, madam. Hello.
Hi, madam.
Hello, madam.
Okay, I'm glad you're all back. So we can continue. Let's continue on teaching strategies for home economics curriculum. So last week, we talked about some teaching strategies that we can employ. Hold on, I'm coming up. So let's go back to our assignments last week, where I told you to design a mini classroom activity, okay? And then the first one, we've talked about our instructional objectives, and then we have made some corrections. We probably wrote some down, and then we have made some corrections in that. So let's come out with what we wrote. Okay, what did we design? How did we plan our lesson to come out? So Madam Gifty was trying to tell us how it is, and then I stopped there, I think so. So Madam Gifty. Madam Gifty. Hello. Hello. Okay. If she's not
Madam.
around, said the food students said they couldn't do it. And Zenith too, I think both didn't do it. Madam Angela. Madam Angela. Anyone from West School who actually did the assignments I gave?
Madam,
Yes, Madam Miss Kumsen.
please, the assignment that you gave us, my own is I used it. Let me see. Madam, come now.
We are waiting for you. Take your time, okay? We'll wait for you.
Okay. Awesome. I did a flipped learning theory.
Okay,
So
so how did it nice?
I said that flip learning plan for teaching female basic dress block. Then first I said body measurement for drafting a female dress block. Then I use the tools and material that they need for drafting that basic block. Then I let them watch a video on step by step on how this how to draft the basic block using the video. Then giving them certain things that they are supposed to take notes, that fabric grain and then pattern layouts. Then after that, I told them to use their actual measurement to draft the basic block on the pattern paper. Then I guide the learners through marking bust, the waist, the hip line, the dust and the neckline and shoulder seam. Then I ask them provide one-on-one feedback and corrections from the learners. Then let learners cut out their drafted block that make alterations based on fit issues. But then that's all.
That's all. All right, thank you very much for sharing it with us. But the video that you made them watch, how did you go? Did you project it? Did you show it to them how they were in class, or
Yes, I show it to them when they were in the classroom.
Okay. What you know the idea or the concept about flip learning?
Yes.
What's it about?
The flip learning. It's about
yes.
The learners, they can do collaboration, and then individuals who can also do personal learning. Just bring up the content of what the learners are learning, so that they will do it on their own.
All right. So what you are saying is correct, okay, but I just want to make this correction that for flip learning, okay, it's like everything takes place outside. The instruction takes place outside the classroom. Okay, so if you had a video to show them, probably giving the video to them. If it's tomorrow that you're going to teach, they have the video beforehand. They have watched it. Okay.
Yes.
Before coming to class, so by then they will have a fair idea or knowledge on what you are going to teach them.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. That's an excellent way. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have another person too. Do you have anyone? Mr. Bernard. Mr. Bernard, I haven't heard your voice today.
Around, madam.
Did you do it? Did you do the assignment?
No, madam.
Oh, Mr. Bernard, why? Well, it's fine if you haven't done it. You still have more time to do it, okay? We are just working towards your lesson plan, okay? So we have identified some strategies last week, the flip learning, the PBL, and we identified some theories around it, some teaching theories like the experiential approach, the activity learning approach. Okay, there are various strategies that we can use to teach in the home economics classroom, but right now we are moving from a system of teacher-centered to learner-centered activities. Okay, so we are encouraged that you plan your lesson plan. Okay, you make a lesson plan around these approaches that places the students at the center of learning. So next week, Wednesday, I'll take each assignment from not from everyone, from the groups. I'll make the groupings again. I'll make sure I have your names, and then you give me a PowerPoint presentation on your group work. I'll take it, God willing, next week, Wednesday.
Madam.
Yes, madam.
Group work, I have an issue.
Is a contribution?
Yeah, no, I have an issue about the group work. The group, you know,
okay.
The group work, we are in our various homes.
Yes.
And how are we going to meet to do that kind of group work? Because when you come online, someone will come online. If you group it, someone will come, a particular people, maybe about 5. If group is on 10 or maybe 11 or 15. A few people will come online, the rest will not come. Then at the end of the day, how are we going to do it? If they are saying that maybe in our group, that it's not me or a particular person who is going to prepare the lesson plan. because we are supposed to come together to do it. So if you mention anybody in our group to present it, how are we going to do it?
Okay, so this is how the presentation will go.
Okay.
Wait, say something.
You said?
Okay. I thought you were telling me something. So this is how the presentation will go.
Okay.
It's a large class, okay. Just like how we met here. I'm not in Kumasi, neither am I in Accra or Cape Coast, but we are all here. So it's just that it's a group work. We should do it. We should force ourselves to come and do it. I believe you could have just rested or do something else, but you decided to come online to have your class. Okay, so since it's a group work that we all have to work together, we should try our best to meet. If we tell ourselves that we are meeting, we should meet and then bring it. But it's not I won't just tell another one person to, or call another person to present. The group will give me who will present on their behalf. I'll need 2 people to present on the group's behalf. So the group will tell me which people will present on their behalf, and then those people will be online to present on that group's behalf. Do you get it? Hello.
Madam.
Yes.
Please, will we do presentation or we are going to just say it verbally?
So when you check the course outside, the last part, we have micro teaching. Have you checked it?
Not
where
yet.
you actually teach. Okay. You actually have to teach for it to be accessed. Okay, so the group work, the assignments I'm giving you, it's just like we are building them in small bits.
Okay.
So just like what we did last week, if you probably made the objectives and then there were corrections to be made. We made the correction. We have effected the corrections right now. So you know what you're going to write for your objectives. You have already selected your topic. Next week, we'll go to how to write the lesson plan, how it is structured.
Okay.
With your contents and then the strategy you've chosen, like what Madam you said, that this is how you structured your class to be. You give them a video on how to, you apply them or you transfer them into your lesson notes. And then after next week, you have your lesson notes done completed. And then during the week, I'll get 2 people from each group to make a video presentation and then send it to us. I'm just hoping the last week, I think it's a practical week, right? We are trying to speak with the code official so that we can get at least a day like that to watch the video presentations of each group, and then we assess it ourselves and then see what we can do correct or things that we can better.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I don't necessarily need the whole group to be together, but it should be a contribution from each member of the group.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome, Madam Kumsen. Then let's move on to classroom management. Classroom management. It is just the ability of you, the facilitator, okay, to maintain order in your classroom. In the classroom setting, we have a lot of students misbehaving, doing a lot of things. Like, we have a lot of things that students do, okay, but it is up to you, the facilitator, to make sure that there is law and order. The classroom is maintained in such a way that it will facilitate learning, okay, using a lot of strategies. And these strategies can be in setting rules and procedures on how to go by things. So if you want to urinate, this is how we do it. If you want to urinate, you just walk to Madam, walk to me, then you tell me you want to use the washroom, then I'll let you go. You don't just walk out of the classroom. If you want to answer a question, you have to put up your hand and I'll call you. If you don't understand something, don't ask your friend. This is ask me, put up your hand and I'll ask you what's wrong, and then you tell me, and then we do it. So it's just setting rules and then procedures as how to go by in class. And then if you have to arrange how the classroom setting is, if per student's height and then the way students are, you want to bring the shortest or those who can see the board well in front, and then the tall ones at the back. Or if we have a student who is a talker, such a student talk a lot, you have to bring the student in front of you so that the student will pay attention, no talker in class. How you arrange the classroom environments. If it's a group work, how you group them, how you let each group sit apart from each other so that they don't, their discussion won't interrupt the discussion of another group. So a good facilitator is the one who is able to prevent management problems through carefully planning their rules that they give in class, their procedures of how to go by things in the class, and the physical layouts, and then also the decoration of the class to facilitate learning. You want learning to take place well, okay? So if it depends on you how you want to arrange your classrooms. If you want to put pictures of a particular topic, okay, pictures of examples of a particular topics in the classroom so that students will see to it, and then they'll always know that, oh, this is what we taught last week, this is what we learned, and this is how we relate with us. If you want to paste list of rules in the classroom so that students know that we have the rules here and then this is what we go by. If the teacher is not in class, we should keep quiet because she can come out anytime. That is all what the classroom management is about. You, the facilitator, your ability to manage the classroom in such a way that whatever you're going to teach will be effective. What are the approaches to classroom management? Researchers have identified several approaches that facilitators can use to control and manage their classrooms. And then those approaches are, we have the assertive approach, the behavior modification approach, the acceptance approach, and then the success approach. So take them one after the other. We start with the assertive approach. The classroom management that we are talking about is, this one is not on the learners, it's only the facilitators. So with this type of classroom management, the facilitator specifies rules of behavior and consequences of disobeying these rules. Before you set up these rules for students, it's like you're making sure that students know that who is in charge of the class. It is not them, it is you who is in charge of the class. Okay, so I'll give you rules. In my class, we don't talk whilst I talk. In my class, you raise your hand, then I'll call you. You don't say, madam, madam, madam. We don't do that in my class. In my class, we don't laugh unnecessarily. If the whole class is laughing, it's fine. But you don't sit alone whilst I'm teaching and then you laugh. These are rules that I have presented to the students. And then I will tell you that if you disobey this rule, this is what I will do to you. That is what the assertive approach is all about. So with this approach, the classroom is managed in such a way that the students are allowed to not forget who is in charge of the classroom. The facilitator holds students accountable for every action that they do, because I have already told you that we don't laugh in my class and then you are laughing in my class. So I will hold you responsible for what you have, accountable for the action that you have put up. So areas in the classroom that facilitators can set these procedures. We can have students' movements. You don't walk, you don't just get up and then go to your bag. Say, I want to drink water, so you're going to your bag to drink water. You don't do that during classes hours. If you want to do that, it's break time, then you go and do that. You don't just get up, say, I want to take eraser from this person's desk. You don't do that in my class. Students walking inappropriately. Okay, you can set rules around that, and then at their dawn time, the dawn time is that time that there's no teacher in the class, there's no teaching going on, okay, so students are alone in the class. Probably there's a lesson to be taught and then the teacher is not around, or the teacher might delay like 20 or 30 minutes. So it sets rules on what they are supposed to do at that time. If I'm supposed to come to class at 8 and I'm not in class at 8, probably I'll be late for 30 or 1 hour time. I don't expect to come back and see you walking around. I don't expect to come back, hear you talking. I don't expect to come back and see you doing something different from reading a textbook on my topic or having a group discussion on my topic. Okay, you set rules on what they should do when you are not around. There are some philosophical assumptions underpinning the assertive approach. So the philosophical beliefs of the assertive approach are: misbehavior is contagious and it will snowball unless checked early. And it's true. If a student is misbehaving, a student just, sometimes you'll be talking and the students will just giggle. And then you'll be talking again and the students will just laugh and then cover their mouth. And then you can see that student is really laughing. The students laughing, you see that those around the person who also want to laugh, but they don't really want to show it that they are laughing. So they'll cover their mouth. Every time that you talk, it's like that group, like you have like 4 or 5 students always laughing. So they feel that misbehavior is contagious. If one student does it, it will affect the other student. So I have to set a rule that you don't do it, so that you don't even attempt it for another person to learn to do it. Okay, so students and parents expect as insistence on responsible behavior, and that the educational process will come to a halt without it. Every parent wants a change in behavior in their child. So if the child, that such as child is not serious, okay, such as child is just always walking around without focusing on what to do, they expect that when the child comes to school, you, the teacher, will at least curb such a behavior for that person. And then if you don't come to it, if you don't do it for them, or you don't see to what they want to do, they will not let their child come to school again. And then if you have a student like that, and then each parent is withdrawing their child from school, the educational process will just stop in such a community. Classroom management liberates students because it allows them to develop their best traits, skills, and ability, and it also provides them with a psychological security in the classroom and an effective learning environment. When you manage your classroom well for students, it will make sure that whatever behavioral change you expect to see in them will be effective. Okay, they will learn it well. When they are always in class, and then you tell them that in my class, you don't talk as I talk, they will not only do that in your class, they will also do that in another teacher's class, because they feel like when a teacher is talking, we don't talk in the class. You make sure that you listen to whatever he's saying. If you have a question, you just raise your hand. That is that kind of attitude they will transfer in other classes. And then you can also say good facilitators can handle discipline problem on their own. So the emphasis is on a good facilitator can handle discipline problems on their own, and that the facilitator's failure is directly related to his or her inability to maintain adequate classroom discipline. Whenever a teacher is in charge of a particular class, and then the headmistress passes by and then hear the students learning, hear that the students are making noise, the teacher will be the first person to ask why the students are making noise while you are in the class. Okay. If they are making so much noise that it is affecting the next class, they'll feel like you're not able to you're not able to manage class well. This teacher has low class management skills. So as a good facilitator, you are supposed to manage your class in such a way that people will not look down or look less on the kind of abilities you have in the classroom. So good classroom management positively correlates with academic work and also with discipline. When you manage your class well, it improves academic work in the class. Okay, everyone is quiet, and then they'll all hear what's every fact or anything that you want to stress on. When the classroom is noisy and then you are talking, someone might probably not hear what you want to communicate to the person. But when it's quiet and then everything is in order, you see that they will listen effect to what you are saying, and then also improve on how they discipline themselves everywhere they can. They will take it everywhere, not only in your class, but when they go outside or when they are listening to someone, it becomes part of them that when you're listening to someone, you just let the person talk. You don't interject just like that. There are criticism to this assertive approach. Okay, some people hold the view that this approach is too authoritarian in nature. It's like you, a teacher, you come to class and then you set rules just because you know that if you don't set rules, students will misbehave. You don't even ask us what we want to do. Like if you don't share your rules with us, like you don't involve us in planning of your rules. What if say you always want to get up, and then as class goes on, like there was an indication that we have to be drinking water. So say I have to be drinking water. So when you're teaching, please allow us to get up and go back to our bus to go and drink water. But no, the teacher didn't do that. When he came to class, you don't get up and walk in my class. If you're walking around, it's just you want to use the washroom. And the washroom, that one, my class is after break. So I expect you to use the washroom before coming to my class. Okay, so you don't get up and tell me that say I want to use the washroom. Even if you want to poop and then it is coming that much, you're not supposed to do it because I was expecting you to do it before you come to class. So people hold the view that it is so authoritarian in nature. Others still argue that this approach is too repressive and militaristic in nature. Militaristic. So you want to use the washroom like it is pressing you what to come. But he just said he won't allow you because I want to make sure that you take that discipline, like you discipline yourself that whenever it's break time, you pee or you use the washroom before coming to class. So if I let you keep it, okay, so my class is over and then I make you go out when it's break time. Such a student will do that, will make sure that when it's break time, they will empty their bowels, they'll go and unit, they will do everything before coming to class, because when they come to class, the facilitator will not allow them to go. But it's as much as it is good, people argue that it is too repressive. There's also the point of view that this approach is prejudicial. Whatever be the criticism, this approach have not been condemned. Okay. No one has said this approach is no good as controlling students' behavior in the classroom. And as such, you, the teacher, you can use that approach to manage the classroom environment. If you feel that is the best way for you, you can use it. So suggestion for applying this assertive approach: one, you clearly define your expectation. This is what I expect from you. So in my class interaction, I have discussed the rules with you, that this is what I expect from you. And then in telling students what you expect from them, use a firm tone of voice. Use a firm tone of voice. It shouldn't be like mine. Oh, okay. When I come to class, you're not supposed to go out. Like, students will not take you serious, or students will not take you. They won't know how strict you want to be on them. But when you use a firm tone of voice, you don't do that. When you use such kind of a voice, they will see the seriousness in it, and then they will not tend to behave like that. You can use eye contact. Okay, you look them in the face. I'm telling you this, if you do that in my class next time, it puts a sense of fear in students, okay? And that fear would let them not do that again. And then you can also use gestures to communicate whatever you want to communicate, and then take position. If it's no, no. Oh, sir, I want to use the washroom. As I stated earlier, you don't use the washroom in my class. Oh, sir, it is still me. I have. Please, let's check our backgrounds, okay? Let's check our backgrounds. Oh, sir, it is coming. Like I want to. I didn't know it's the food I ate in the afternoon, and then it is letting my stomach be like that. Please, let's check our backgrounds, okay? If it's no, it's no. I'll not allow you to go. That is what you do. I will not allow you to go. Students, it is no. You don't give it.
Madam Ernestina. Madam Ernestina.
Madam Ernestina. Madam Ernestina. I think they've gone to the pulpit, so she's not making noise again.
Also, for mommy is making noise.
I think they've gone to the pulpit as she directed them, so she won't talk again. Let's continue. So, say no without feeling guilty. That is what you want to do. You want to instill such a behavior in them. And then with students, if you don't tell them, like if you don't be strong on you say no, you see that like they'll take it for granted. They'll come to class, oh, say I want to poo again, and then they will go, oh, say I want to urinate, it is come. Say no without feeling guilty so that you can instill such discipline in them. Give and then receive compliments genuinely. Place demands on students and then also enforce them to do it. Indicate clearly the consequences of such a behavior. If I see you laughing unnecessarily, you will stand, you will kneel, you will walk out from my class. Let them know the consequence of such a behavior so that when they do it, they know that this is the kind of punishment I'm going to get. Be calm, okay, and consistent. Avoid emotions and threats. As much as you should be firm with the tone that you're going to use, do not threaten them. You can put fear in them, but don't put such a fear that when students see you, when students come meet you in class, like all their attention is that they don't want to misbehave, because when they misbehave, you do something to them. Let's be an environment where like there's cooperation. You can talk, I can talk, but there are limits to how you do your things. Persist, enforce, and then enforce minimum rule, and then do not give up on any rule that you set. Okay, any discipline that you feel like you want to discipline, you have a student to show, do not give up on it. I had that experience in JHS. In my school, we were not allowed to move out of class when it's break time. When it's not break time. So when you want to urinate, do everything, you want to take some book from someone, you do all those things during break time. And then when I went to SHS, I was doing the same thing. So we got a new head of academics, and then he also came to say it too. So it was like I was used to it. And then we have aside the acceptance, we have the behavior modification approach. The behavior modification approach is rooted in the works of the operant condition by R.F. Skinner in 1984. This approach involves a variety of techniques and methods ranging from simple reward to elaborate reinforced training. Behaviorists assume that the behavior is shaped by the environment, so pay little attention to the cause of the problem in the person's life. So this approach says that however students act in class, okay, such a behavior that students put in class, it was affected by where the student grew up, the environment the students found him or herself in. It can be that you were a new teacher, okay, in the class, and then before you came to the class, students were probably whenever you teach, students do something, okay, misbehave in a certain way, and that misbehavior that they had was already influenced by how they were living in. The classroom is also an environment students grow in. So that environment shapes such a behavior. So you have to pay little attention to that environment, okay? And then you have to enforce or give ways to reshape such a behavior. So I don't care about how this thing happened. I don't care about you living at this particular place and it's affecting your behavior. This is how I want you to act. So act in this way. When you do this, I will punish you. In your maybe they came from class 5 to class 6, so they want to come to class 6 with the same behavior or how they were acting in class 6, in class 5. So in class 5, when the teacher is not around, you are making noise. No, in class 6, we don't do that. When the teacher is not around, you have to pick a book and then read, because you are moving a step further. You need to read more. You'll soon go to GHS. Okay. So our facilitators who use this approach spend little or no time trying to find out the cause of problem in the student's life. Instead, they try to increase the occurrence of appropriate behavior by using reward and reduce the likelihood of inappropriate behavior through punishment. So this is just about the using reward and then punishment to curb behaviors in the class. The main arguments advanced by Reed, Bergerman, and Olson. Okay, so it's something against this behavioral approach, as the main disadvantage of this behavior modification approach is that it considers the cause of the misbehavior as irrelevant. I don't care about what made you not do your assignment. Oh, madam, when I went home, there was light out, so I couldn't do my assignment. No. They consider the cause of that misbehavior as irrelevant, and then frequent reward are inappropriate. So if you give a student assignments and then when they went home, they were able to do the assignments, like the students was able to answer everything. You know, when you take assignments home, you can, we are in an era of AI. You can use AI to answer all your assignments. You can use books. So even if you didn't learn it and you gave it to someone to answer your assignment, your homework for you, and then you brought it to class and then you scored everything, the teacher might want to reward you and be like, oh, let's clap for this person. The person got 10 out of 10 out of the assignment I gave the person. They feel like we are overlooking what caused such a behavior. Okay, so always telling, awarding a reward, like telling students that, oh, you did well, appreciating what they did is inappropriate. As such, we should identify the cause of the behavior. But this behavior modification approach is an approach which looks less on what caused the behavior and then talks more on how to reshape the behavior. There's assumptions underpinning this one too. We have behavior is shaped by its consequence, but not the cause of the problem in the history of the individual. So if a child is from a broken home, okay, and then it's having an effect on such a child, they feel like you can have a positive influence on the child without even looking at the cause of it or putting the cause of how the students, what made the students go through this thing in mind. You can have it in mind, but it's less irrelevant. What you focus on is some ways you can help such a student to, if the cause of broken home makes such a student timid in class, the student is not able to speak out in class, you should find ways of at least giving a positive change in such a student's behavior. Behavior is strengthened by immediate reinforcement, either positive or negative. So if you do something wrong and I punish you, you won't do it again. If you do something positive and then I tell you, oh, it's good, you'll try to do it again so that I will appreciate what you did or give you a remark, like I'll compliment you. When a student is not rewarded for appropriate behavior, inappropriate behavior may become increasingly dominant among learners. So when you ask a question in class and then a student answers, and then you don't say very good, you don't acknowledge such a student, and then you move on to teach. And you ask another question, and then another student answers, and then you still don't acknowledge the students, and then you continue teaching. But use the examples given us, their answers given as examples. it will be students will the other students will try to take such a behavior. Okay, they'll feel like this class crowd, when you answer a question, like madam will not even appreciate it. So like when she asks a question, I won't even answer. So it will become part of them. When the teacher asks a question, they'll be sitting down, they won't answer. Behavior is strengthened by systematic reinforcement, and also behavior is weakened if not followed by reinforcement. So if each person does something good, you tell them, oh, very good. They answer a question in class, very good. It strengthens the such a behavior that students will be answering question in class. This happens when you go to most of our preschools. When one student answers a question and then it's right, oh, let's clap for the person. Oh, let me give this person a study. So you see that when you ask the next question, every student will like to raise their hand and answer a question just to get a star or just to receive such a compliment. But a behavior is weakened if not followed by reinforcement. If you don't do it, if you don't appreciate such a person, he or she will not learn that, okay, I have to be answering questions in class, as I explained in the third point. So students respond better to positive reinforcement than negative reinforcement. Behavior should be reinforced anytime it occurs. You don't wait. Okay, a student was talking in class and then you just ignored. Then the following day or the following week came to class and you're like, oh, hey, last week you were talking in my class, go and kneel down. No. If you want to correct such a behavior, correct it when it happens, not a day later, not a week later. When it happens, correct it. A behavior is better reinforced through intermittent or occasional reinforcement rather than constant reinforcement. So kakra, small, okay. Then you build such a behavior in such a person. And so you can start from one rule at a time. Then you build up on that rule. Then you build up on that rule, rather than bringing all behaviors rules in class and then expecting that students follow it over and over. Students are consistent. Like you make sure that when student does this, I correct it. When student does this, I correct it. But if you build it small, it will be effective. Okay, it will stick better with such a person than doing that. Reinforcement may be positive or aversive. So positive, giving compliment, and aversive, it can be any puts the student in such any uncomfortable position. So the student is talking whilst I'm talking in class. You let the student stand up. The student can stand up throughout the whole lesson. Maybe it's 11:45 or 1 hour for the class to end. And just imagine standing up for 1 hour. The students will feel the pains in it. So putting the students through such an uncomfortable or painful experience can change such a behavior. You make students kneel down. You make students enter empty bins in other classrooms. Rules are established and enforced. Learners who follow these rules are rewarded in various ways, while those who break these rules are either ignored or punished immediately. So types of reinforcement, we have in behavior modification approach, you have activity reinforcers. So it involves using some learning activities as reinforcers for behavior. So probably if students did a answer, give a positive or there's something positive in class and you feel like, oh, okay, then this next week we will have a group excursion to this place. Because you did something good, I'll take you to, my friend is a bakery. We were learning on how to bake a bread, but we don't have the resources in our class. So because of what you did well, I'll take you to, my friend is a bakery. I'll take you to a place and then you will have the experience over there. You can use such an activity to reinforce the behavior. You have graphic reinforcers. Using words, things such as raising words or encouragement as gold stars. Very good. Okay, in their when you're marking and then the student gets 10/10, you write very good, excellent. Or the person got 10/10 and then you give the person a gold star. Or or a sticker in their books just to appreciate that they have done well. You have social reinforcement, the use of verbal comments such as "that is excellent," "good answer." So the students give a response in class. I want examples of food items we eat on a daily basis. Madam, bread, very good. Madam, wache, excellent. Okay. Whilst you saying those things, it will push other students to raise their hand more to answer questions. And then we have tangible reinforcers, which includes gifts, okay, and which I won't say you should be giving food items to students. There might be an instance where students might get food poisoning just because of what you gave to the students. But in your mind, you were just giving that thing to the student because of a good deed that the student did. But I feel it won't be the best to give food items to students. But you can give things like a book, pencil, eraser, sharpener. You can give them as gifts to students. And then the third one is the acceptance approach. Acceptance approach. The acceptance approach to classroom management is rooted in the humanistic psychology and maintains that every human being, okay, everyone, learners, teachers, everyone, have the prime need to be accepted by others. That is what every person wants. Like we just want to be accepted by others. So we will do things in such a way that we will be accepted by a particular group. So if this group, they are always buying, there's this thing trending, Labubu. So if you have students and then her group, like those that she works with, they are all holding Labubu. Such a person will go and buy that Labubu thing so that her friends will also accept, oh, you too, you're holding it, and then they'll feel like she's part of them. We all have in us the prime need to be accepted by others. As a result, students also strive for acceptance in the classroom, either by their facilitators or by their peers. And it's so evident in class, sometimes there are students who want to be teachers' favorites. So every time when teacher asks a question, the students will be answering questions. Oh, madam, let me take your bag to the staff room with you. Oh, madam is coming. Madam, today we don't have a class. Will you come to our class? We have students as such in class. And then we have students who also want to be accepted by their peers. They feel like, so if a teacher says something wrong and I laugh in class, like my friends will be happy with it. So like they will start coming to me. They'll feel like I am the tycoon of the class, and like I'm the maga of the class. If you do something bad, I'll be the one to say it. If you don't like a teacher's approach, I'll be the one. We have all those activities in class. So students will use any odd and dilapidating means to get accepted if all the traditional means of getting accepted from their peers and facilitators prove futile. Students tend to set some goals for themselves, and these goals are termed as mistaken goals. Just because they are not getting the acceptance from their peers, they tend to, okay, let me make it negative so that my friends will accept me. These goals are set because in the minds of students, these are the only ways of getting accepted or recognized in class. So if I always come to class late, I'll be noted for, this students always come to class late. Only on teacher on the time you're back class. On the teacher he can just walk out. Yes, that's the type of students they have. This is what Druckers refer to as mistaken goal. So all of these goals tend to be in the form of inappropriate behavior from students. As such, it is up to that facilitator to do proper and appropriate diagnosis of the likely mistaken goal of the learners and help the learners to come out of that kind of mentality. So you, the facilitator, you are the one to receive such a behavior. It is your responsibility to identify that this student is kind of has the students has identified a mistaken goal, like he has done such a thing. So it is my responsibility to Let the students come out of it. Let me explain some things to you. Should I, if I should draw closer to such a student to change her behavior? So the acceptance approach to the classroom management focuses mainly on the likely cause of the behavior. Okay, and then you will trace it to the student's history, and then you make the effort to correct the problem in such a student's life history. This behavior approach is aimed at helping the student to realize the need to do away with a mistaken goal and then put up a good behavior. The last one is the success approach. This approach is also rooted in the humanistic psychology and the democratic principle of teaching. So this approach focuses on the general psychology of the student, okay? General condition of the student, general appearance of the student, general everything about the student, instead of dealing with inappropriate behavior and their consequences. So I just want the student to be a good listener. I want the student to have this kind of attitude after school. I want the student to learn this kind of concepts. I want the student to be a neat girl. You're talking about the whole perspective of the students, not dealing with behaviors, correcting behaviors and those things. Yours is to make a positive impact on the students. So this principle underlines that this approach, okay, this principle that underlines this approach is that behavior is a matter of choice. It depends on you, whether you want to be of good behavior, you want to be of bad behavior. It's totally depends on the student. And then the choices that students tend to take, if they want to be good people, they want to be bad people, it is based on the individual's perception about the desirability of the result of the choice. So if I take up this bad behavior, okay, my peers will be afraid of me. Okay, if they see me to be part of this bad boys that we smoke in the community, like I'm part of this gang, my peers will be afraid of me, so they won't try their nonsense on me. That is what the student feel, okay. He feels that this will be the result of this choice I take. And then the student who wants to be learning always all the time, he feels that if I learn always, if I answer questions in class, most often, my peers will see me as the brother of the class. So they will all like to be my friends. They will all like to sit with me in doing exams. They will all like to be my friends. So let's make these side decisions based on the desirability of the results. So the task of the facilitator is to help students make good choices. As much as the bad ones, the students will feel like it will help them. You, the teacher, you are supposed to help them make a good choice in class, and this will be seen through the strategies you used in teaching in the classroom. So how to use the success approach? You establish rule. So at the beginning of the term, facilitators must establish rule together with the learners. You go to the class and then you tell them, oh, with this term, we'll be learning about these things. So what do you think we should do in our class? Last time we weren't doing this and then it was effective. So this time, what should we do? And then the students will bring out their ideas. Oh, say when it's break time, when you teach for this amount of time, let us break and then discuss it with ourselves. Then we come back. You can establish rules with the students. And then if the rules needs to be changed at some point, you do that. Stress students' responsibility for their own behavior from time to time. Accept no excuses. Accepting excuses students will always have excuses to what they are doing. And then if you keep on accepting such excuse, you won't see the desirable change that you wanted to use. And then utilize value judgment. When students exhibit inappropriate behavior, the facilitator should call on them to make value judgment on their own behavior. So you call the student into one and say, oh, yeah, you know the consequences of it. Okay, the student will tell you, oh, you make the student see the impacts of what he or she did. And as such, if you tell, probably the students will not know, but like when you bring the student closer and then you keep asking such a student such questions, they will reflect on it, and then if they will have to change and do something better, if they have to go and apologize, they will do it and then change for the better. Be persistent. Suggest suitable alternatives. If students are doing something and then you feel it won't be the best, suggest alternatives to what they should do. Or if you want to urinate, I'm suggesting that if you want to urinate, after when I come to class, let me give it like 5 minutes so that everyone will go and urinate and then come back. Okay, because when you sit in class and then say I want to urinate, you might disrupt the class, or you will not hear what I want to say in class. It's not because of you going to urinate that I have to stop and wait for you to come back. Okay, suggest suitable alternatives to that problem, and then enforce reasonable consequences. Another approach to classroom management is punishment. Okay, so you can reward students for their good behavior, and then you can also punish students for a misbehavior that you feel it's no good for students to use. So punishing students for misbehavior is only one of the ways to control or curb misbehavior among students. It is done with the hope of deterring the particular students and others from repeating such undesirable acts. And it will be a bad practice for a facilitator, okay, to punish students for personal vengeance, even if the student has done something very bad. Students will also always do something bad to you, but you don't punish based on some argument you had with such a student's mother, or the student did something some time ago, he reported you to your teacher, your headmistress some time ago to have for a whole time. We don't do that. As a teacher, if you're supposed to punish the student based on the bad thing that they have done, you punish them accordingly. If it's a group of 5 students and then they did something wrong, and you have to beat you don't beat right now. So like if you have to let them kneel down. You don't tell one person that you kneel down and then you go and scrub the washroom and then you sweep the whole class for the week. Why are you exempting such a student? Everything will be evident that you have an issue with such a student. So you don't punish students for personal vengeance. Some of the strategies that facilitators can adopt to punish students include imposing constraints on students, shaming students, caning, removal of some privileges that students have to enjoy, changing of classroom seating arrangements, or even suspending some students. So approaches to class punishment, we have first, you ignore. Okay, some facilitators see that I'll review that you can there are some misbehaviors you can just ignore. Okay, you ignore such behaviors, and then you pay attention to reinforcing desirable behaviors in class. So if you are teaching and another person is talking, you just ignore the person, and then make sure those who are listening to them, you speak to them so that they will listen effectively. Whatever they want to learn, you let them learn it. This viewpoint is based on the conviction that as a facilitator reinforcing desirable behavior, all students will strive to behave well to get attention or reward for the facilitators. So if you are teaching and then I'm teaching and then you are talking and I don't mind you, okay, as a referee, so like you tend to be of good behavior, you stop talking much. That is how they see they see ignoring us. Those educators hold the view, which hold this view will not threaten or shame or cane any students or to read any portion of land. They will just ignore what you are doing. Instead, these facilitators will focus their attention on those students who are well behaved and give them incentives for their good behavior. Also, after the class, you saw that Abna, Amma, Esi, they were of good behavior. So as such, I'll give them pencils for what they did. And then the next time, by the time you come to class, other students will also do that. They will know that, oh, so while the teacher is teaching, he's observing us. So me today, I won't talk so that I'll get some of the pencil from that teacher. You have the second one, punishing. Okay. They believe that certain inappropriate behaviors are so disruptive and too dangerous to be ignored. You can see that a student is talking and you'll be like, oh, I'll ignore it. No. When you tell the student to get up, it will deter others from doing that. When you punish the students, it will deter others from doing bringing up such a behavior in class, talking whilst I'm teaching. So to those who hold this view, ignoring this disruptive behavior will give students the impression that the facilitator is unaware of it, or the facilitator is fed up and so cannot cope with such a behavior, so we'll have to just punish you. And then we have the third people who have middle stand. So the third school of thought are those educated who take the middle stands. So to these educators, some inappropriate behaviors can be ignored whilst others cannot be ignored. Okay. So if you are teaching and then you see someone talking small pay, you know, sometimes a student will be taking like a pencil from someone and then give me a pencil, like you can just ignore it. But there are some that you can't ignore because you just ignore the person and then the person has done it again, the person has done it again. There are some that you can't ignore. Okay, so they take the middle stand. They are at ignoring and they are also at punishing. So that, to these educators, undesirable behaviors can be ignored by the facilitator when it is momentary. Okay, it is not serious. It doesn't disrupt the class. And then such a behavior, okay, it's not attributed to a student who puts up that inappropriate behavior for the first time. There are students, sometimes when they tell that this student, when you go to and the staff member and the teacher comes and tell that this student this thing in class, you'll be like, hey, this student, oh, I'm not sure the person will do that. Oh, maybe it was this talker in the class who made the student do that. Okay, they feel like such a student, if it's her first time doing such a thing, you can just ignore. If it continues, then you can just punish such a person. Principles of behavior. So punishment is meant to reform students and not to cause pain or discomfort to them. That is the main idea of punishment. You don't wish to inflict pain, but like to change their behavior. So if they're doing something, I just want to have a change in their behavior that they're doing. So threats of punishment is usually more effective than the punishment itself, especially when the threat is vague. So if I come to class and I see you talking while there's no teacher in the class, what I will do to you, the student doesn't know what you do to them, but just because of how you said it, okay, they'll make sure that even if they are talking and they see you coming, they will be of good behavior. So the threat of the punishment is more effective than the punishment itself. And then whenever you have to punish a student, you have to warn the student before you punish them. So they will be talking in class. Don't talk in my class again. The next one, I don't want to see you talking in my class again. The next one, then if you have to punish, you have to send the students out or you have to let the students stand, then you do it. Punishment should be accompanied by a positive statement of what the student should be doing. So if, let's take instance like you've caned the student didn't come to class on time, and then you cane the student, then you tell them what they should do instead. So make sure you come to class on time. Okay, next time come to class on time. And then punishment should be systematic and then deliberate. Guidelines for using punishment. You learn the type of punishment the school authorities allows in the school. If you have to punish a student, beat a student, and then you have to write a report to the headmistress before you do that, you have to do it. As a facilitator and educator in the school, you have to learn a kind of punishment that is acceptable by the school authorities so that you can use that to modify behaviors in the class. Do not threaten the impossible. Like I have a sister who always threatens the impossible. She always tell her children, "We are make out here and knowingly she knows she can't hit she can't just bang their head on the wall. but she just says it so that it will put some kind of fear in them so that they won't do it. But like as an indicator, you don't threaten the impossible, because if you do that, makes me out. If you tell them so that I will cane you to death, or if you do something, I'll make sure you die, and the student dies, they'll make sure they will say that it is your fault, you did it. So you make sure that you don't threaten punishment that you can't do. You make sure the punishment can be carried out. Do not punish when the facilitator is at loss for what else to do. When the okay, so do not this statement. I think there's a problem with, but like it just telling us do not punish when you are at loss. Okay, when you are not in the mood, like maybe you are in an emotional state. Okay, do not punish at that time, because sometimes when you are angry with another colleague like a fellow teacher, and then you bring it to class, and the students do something to provoke you, you might vent such an anger on the students, while it was not supposed to be directed to such a student. So you shouldn't punish when you are in such a state. And do not assign extra homework as an assignment. We don't do that. Do not assign extra homeworks as assignments. Homeworks are meant to facilitate learning, to enhance learning, okay, to make sure that what they learned in the class takes better. But don't make it seem as a punishment. Be sure that the punishment follows the offense as soon as possible too. And also be sure that the punishment fits such a misbehavior. You don't, a student is just talking whilst you're talking in class, and then you beat the student. No. Make sure that the punishments you are doing fits such a behavior. So you just don't want students to talk in class whilst you're talking. So you can just let the student stand up instead of beating to the student to the extent that the student will never regret. Like, you don't want the student to ever think of doing that. Like, you don't beat the hell out of the student. Be consistent with your punishment. Do not use double standards as punishments. Avoid discriminating among learners. Oh, this person does it, and she's your favorite. Oh dear, man, yes sir. Don't do that again, okay? But those who are not your favorites, if you punish when they are talking, you make sure that if you're punishing, your rule was that if you talk in class, you stand. You make sure they stand. But those who are your favorites, you're like, oh, I don't do that again. No, every punishment should cut across. Give students the benefits of the doubt by making sure you have the facts of the case before meting out punishment to the students. Do not hold grudges. Once you punish students, put that incident behind you and try to stand with a clean sheet. Then we move on to our last one, which is team teaching and then reflective practices. So I'll just give an idea. So this is what we'll be using for our micro teaching. Okay, we'll be having team teaching because we are plenty like that. So we just get people to represent the group to teach, and by so we just need 2 people from each group to represent the group to teach on behalf of the group. So you can refer to team teaching as collaborative teaching. Oh, I'm coming. Or co-teaching. Okay. So it is an approach to classroom instruction in which 2 facilitators work with a single class of students at the same time. Okay. So in a class setting, we will have 2 teachers in a class, and then they are teaching the students at the same time. If it's that one period, they are with the students at that same one period. Okay. So rather than working in isolation, educators in a team teaching setting combine their expertise, their experiences in teaching, okay, some teaching styles to create a more enriched and dynamic learning environment to facilitate learning in the classroom. So this approach is grounded in the idea that cooperation among two facilitators, okay, can lead to more effective teaching and improved learning outcomes. We have a wise saying in Chi that two heads, okay, are better than one. So we are having two teachers in the classroom, and then they are sharing their ideas. Everyone is giving what they know in class. And doing that, it can help students to get more ideas, like better whatever that they want to learn, they have to learn in class. The objectives of team teaching includes improving teaching quality. When we have two facilitators, okay, combine their skills, their knowledge, their abilities to effect a change in the class, it is more effective, okay, as compared to just having one person in class. So it improves the teaching quality. It helps to meet the diverse learning needs of students. We have the various sides where we have one person teach and then one assist. So if one is teaching and then the other is assisting, you can assist students who find it hard to grasp the concept on time in class. There are fast learners and there are slow learners. So it helps you to meet the diverse learning needs of students. It makes sure that every student's need is seen to. Okay, if you need to put more stress on something so that students understand it, the other can help, whilst you can be doing another thing. It enhances facilitators' development. So when you work, you cooperate or work with another colleague, it gives you the opportunity to continuous learning and then professional growth. You can learn more from your colleague. You can probably get skills and other things from your colleague, which will help you in your class. It encourages innovation. So when two people are going to work together, to them, they want to, they feel like this is the best way we can teach students, okay, so how we would do it well. By then, the two collaborators will find ways or innovative ways to make the teaching or the learning experience exciting for students, okay. It improves innovation in teachers and also in students too. It promotes inclusive education. So by dividing tasks, facilitators can provide extra support to students who are struggling. What are the characteristics of team teaching? The shared responsibilities, okay, you do this, I do this. There's shared responsibility, there's collaboration. And then it brings out diverse expertise, okay. I am very good in this, I'm very good in this. So it brings out all these two. If you are very good in this, I might be lacking that particular skills that you have, but I might be very good in a particular skill that you are lacking. So when we combine our expertise together, we can create a uniform environment and a very enriched environment for students to learn. And then there's flexibility. Team teaching allows for flexibility in how lessons will be delivered. So if per that objective that you have, it has to go through the lecture method. You can just change your teaching approach. Okay, then I'll make it a demonstrative approach, so that once I'm not the only person in the class, if I was the only person in the class, I might not get time to do it. But like if I have another person assisting me, then I can break the class into two, so that I can have time for these people, I can have time for these people, then I will teach them well. The two teachers can find various means, okay, to make sure that learning has taken place in class. And then if you want to see a change in behavior in the class, it will be effective. There's also improved interaction, and then It also enhances students' learning. What are the principles of team teaching? Okay, so there's allocation of duties to facilitators based on their interests, their qualifications, and personal characteristics. So what I'm good at, what I'm really good at, that is, we see when we go to group work and then we realize that, oh, this person is good at making this thing. We make sure that that aspect is given to that person to teach it more. If I'm good at making sure that students keep quiet in class, like students management, classroom management, then you see that, oh, I'll take the teaching, and then you make sure the classroom is being managed well. So having a varying size of the group according to the purpose of the team teaching. You can also have different size of group. Okay, probably this teacher will take just a few people and I'll take this number of people based on how you want that. There are students who are fast learners and then there are those who are slow learners. Okay, so I am very good in breaking complicated or complex knowledge into simple one for students. Okay, so I will take those who are fast learners. Okay, I'll take them to my side. They might be probably small in a group, and then you will take those who are slow learners and then you break it well to them. So it helps the teachers to know the students' needs, okay, so that they can help them well. There's allotment of time according to the importance of the subject. So for what you're teaching, I have to use 5 minutes to teach just the definition of it so that students will understand better. So we share the responsibility between ourselves. This is what we have to communicate to students, and then we need this time. So you find your ways through it to work so that you can facilitate learning. You also provide an appropriate learning environment by making arrangements for laboratory, good library, workshop, etc. for students. You want to facilitate learning, okay? So as a team, we have to make sure that having 2 teachers in the class already causes a distraction, okay? But I have to make sure that the learning environment will be such conducive that students will be able to free their mind from that distraction and then focus well on what is being taught. So you can think of arranging the classroom space. If it's a practical room that they have to use, how you arrange the things so that students that don't feel distracted in class. You have to provide appropriate learning behavior to each learning within the group. Exercise constructive supervision on the activities of each group. If I'm to teach and then you are supposed to assist or observe the students' behavior, make sure that what they are doing, okay, is up to what we expect in class. It's not like I'm teaching and then a student is reading a textbook, a different textbook, or a student is reading a storybook. You should be going around to check if the student is writing notes, if the notes the student is writing, what was actively captured as written on the board. Okay, so there should be supervision. So keep the level of team teaching appropriate to the level of the learner. So at every stage in the learner's life, at every class, you make sure that such cooperation that you are going to do with the other teacher will be effective, okay? It will be the level of such a student, the students can relate well with. Types of team teaching, we have 6 types of team teaching. We have the one that one teach and then the other observe. This is usually when there is a new intern in class, okay? So like maybe student, there are students who came for teaching practice. So or you have a first timer teaching. So one person can be teaching the class and then the other will be observing how the teaching is going, how students are cooperating, okay? So the one observing will be looking at the teaching strategies, how the teacher is making sure the classroom is effective, learning is effective in the class, those things that the teacher is doing, and then he or she would like to help in delivering the lesson. So one teach and then the other observe. And then we have the one that one teach and then one assist. Okay. In the first one, the one observe, if he wants to help, then it's fine. But the second one, the one teach and then the one assist. So I will be teaching. So if I should come in for better explanation, I come in for it. If I should make sure that students are writing their notes, I do that. If I have to go around to make sure that every student is quiet, they are participating, if it's a practical work, they are doing what they are supposed to do, I assist. So there's a main teacher and then there's an assistant, but they are all in the classroom at the same time delivering lesson. And then we have staging teaching. So this is where,
Madam,
yes,
like the one teach, one assist. No? Can you also say that whilst you finish, after you are finished teaching, and you give them the learners assignment to do in the classroom, the one assistant can go around to supervise the learners whilst you, the one who taught, will sit down.
So
can you
if you
do
have, will it what per what you're saying, will it be in the same time, like instructional time, if it's 2 period allocated?
Yes, the same instructional time. I have finished teaching. I've given them assignments, but I will go and sit down. But the one who is assistant will help the learners by going around to supervise their lesson.
Yes,
After that,
yes.
bring the book to me, or he will mark. She will mark the book right now, because he knows how I presented it in the assignment, and then the answer that she will give to the student. Can I also do
Yes.
that?
Yes,
Okay,
madam.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have station teaching too. Station teaching, the teachers divide contents, okay? And then, so if it's a practical class, and then we are doing 4 types of, we are doing baking, but we are baking 4 different types of food. I will take 2, and then the other teacher will take 2. And then we'll divide the class into 2. So I'll teach this first group, the 2 that I have, and then you 2 will be teaching your group. And then we will change. They have learned from me, so they will come to you and then learn the other group, and then the other group that was with you will come to me. Okay, so that is what the station teaching is. We divide the content into 2. I'll take one part, and then when I'm done, we rotate. So if we have to spend 5 minutes on each student, each group. After 5 minutes, we rotate. Your group will come to me, my group will come to you, and then they will learn everything. And we have parallel teaching. Teachers divide class into 2 groups and deliver same instruction in the same classroom. So you can either one group will be facing this direction and the other group will be facing this direction. But we are delivering the same thing based on our instructional objectives. We are starting with the definition, we are going to the characteristics, we are going to advantages, we are going to disadvantages. We are doing the same thing at the same time. And then the next one is alternative or differentiated teaching. Alternative or differentiated teaching. So I think whilst I was explaining something, I achieved in some parts of it, that based on the teaching instructions or the abilities of the learners, I might decide to take, we might decide to divide a class into 2, okay? But one will take a larger group and then the other will take a smaller group. It is based on the abilities of students,
Please,
the
madam.
abilities of the students. Yes.
Please, I didn't hear the parallel teaching.
Parallel teaching.
Yes,
You didn't
please.
hear?
Yes, your line was
No,
off.
okay. I said the parallel teaching. Okay, we deliver both teachers. Okay, we deliver the same content. Okay, at the same time, just that we have grouped the class into two. So you take one part of them, and I'll take one part of them, but we are delivering the same content at the same time. So we are sharing the same objective, same teaching content, same TLR. Okay, you have your TLR, I have my TLR, but they are the same at every side. So the examples I give at my side will be the same examples I give at the time. It's not just that we should go, we should speak at the same time. It's not necessarily that, but we are sharing the same thing at the same time in the classroom. That is parallel teaching. So you can just let the other class, other people face different directions so that the others will face a different direction so that the students don't have divided attention. Okay, that's what parallel teaching is about.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. And then we have alternative or differentiated teaching. That one to group the students into two groups, but one will take a larger number of the class and then the other will take a smaller number of the class. So as the example I gave earlier, you have students who are fast learners and then those who are slow learners. So you identify those who are fast learners, then you bring them, they're always small in the class. So one teacher is able to talk more, okay, give good examples to better suit a concept, okay, relate it more to students so that the students will be able to familiarize themselves with it. But another person too is very good at giving facts. And then there are students who also understand the facts or the complex ways. That's how they learn, they can understand it well. So I'll take those students and then deliver the lesson to them. And then you take those who are kind of struggle with learning, okay? And then you help them to, that's alternative or differentiated learning. And then we have traditional teaming or co-teaching. So this one, we are both teachers in the class, but it's not like I have taken my group and then you have taken your group. You can be teaching, and then if I feel like I have to add more points to it, then I'll come and then I'll explain it to it. So like we are both in the classroom, okay? At any point of time, I can talk. At any point of time, you can talk. I can explain this. I can you can explain it. If I have to make sure that the students are doing check students let's talk about classroom management. Classroom management is based on both of us. We both do it. You don't teach and I'll be managing the class. We both do everything together. Those are the 6 different co-teaching styles that we have. What are the procedure in team teaching? We have the first one, you plan.
Madam.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
Madam, please, I want to find out the difference between the one teach and one assistant and the last one, the traditional or the co-teaching.
So one teach and then one assist, okay. So I am the one sharing, I think, I don't know who gave it. Someone gave an example after I said it, but the one teach and then one assist. I am the one teaching, and then you are responsible for classroom management. Okay, so I'll be sharing the content, whatever, and then you'll be going around to see if students are writing notes. Students are not playing, students are paying attention, they know they are writing, are they the one they're supposed to do? If I have to clean the board or I have to take another book to supplement it, you can go to the staff room and then take the book for me. Okay, I'm just an assistant person in the classroom. But the traditional teaming or the co-teaching, we do that thing the same, like we are both teaching in the classroom. You don't have your responsibility, I don't have my responsibility. The responsibility is on both of us. We do the same thing. our responsibility is to make sure that learning is effective. So we are teaching, we are delivering the content. We make sure that the classroom management is effective. If I have to discipline a student, I can do it. You can also discipline a student. You can also explain the type. Maybe I can take the definition and then you can take the types of it, and then I'll talk about the characteristics, and then you come and talk about advantages, and I'll talk about disadvantages. Madam, please, are you okay? Hello. Hello.
Yes, madam. Thank you.
Hello.
Madam, and please, the station.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, madam. Please, can you
Yes,
throw
can
more
you hear
light
me?
on the station for me, please?
What did you say?
The station teaching. Can you please throw more light on that one too for me?
Okay. So we are 2 teachers in the class. Okay. Let me use a practical course as an example. There are 2 teachers in the class. I'm coming. Let's
Hello,
take
madam, you are not
baking.
hearing.
Yeah, I went off. I didn't really go off, like I was quiet. So let's take, we are baking. Okay, that's the example I used. We are baking. Okay, there are varieties of foods that we bake, but today we'll be talking about we'll be working on 4 types of food that we bake. Okay, so we will divide the class into 2, and then I will take 2. So like if we are baking turnovers and then rock bands, another person will bake a cake, and then what food? Okay, let's use biscuits. Okay, so I will take 2, and then the other teacher will take 2, and then this group that I have in front of me, I will teach them how to bake these 2 kind of foods that I have taken. My other colleague will also teach the other 2 to them. Okay, if we have to demonstrate, we have demonstrated to them, and then we will take turns. Her group will come to my side, and then I will do it to them. I'll show them what I taught the first group, and then she to my group will go to her side, and then she will teach them what she taught those who just came to me. Please, are you okay?
Madam, then please, what is the difference between the parallel and the station? But I think it seems they are the same from your explanation.
Are you sure?
Madam.
Yes, the parallel, you said that you group people into 2 in the same class. One teacher teaches with the same objective content, and then afterwards they change. Or
That's not how I explain the parallel teaching. I think someone asked, and then I explained just now.
No.
Madam.
He said the
Yes.
parallel teaching, the learners will be grouped into 2, and the teachers will be teaching the same at the same
thing. Yes.
The same thing at the same time, okay, but the class is divided into 2.
okay.
But the station teaching, I'm not teaching the same thing
Okay.
as my other teacher is teaching.
Okay.
But still, the class has been divided into 2. So the same thing, let me say,
Okay.
we are teaching we'll parallel. When it comes to parallel, I'm teaching all 4, okay, but my group will not go to the other group. You get it?
Okay. Okay.
But the station, it's just that we don't have enough time. So let me take 2, you to take 2, so that I'll teach this, and then we swap students, and then we teach it. But with the parallel, I am teaching all 4 with this student. You to take
At the same time. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Please, are we okay with it?
Yeah, madam, I'm okay. Thank you.
I mean, everyone, if you have any confusion.
Yes, madam.
All right, thank you. Let's move on to the procedures in team teaching. We have planning, okay, from both teachers. This is where you plan on a topic that you use to teach. You plan on the objectives you will even choose. Okay, you plan on how you are going to deliver the lesson. You plan on how everything about the work. It's like, you know, to do everything, you have to plan well. And team teaching is about two teachers. So if you don't plan well, there might be a situation where there might be a fall. You might fail at some point. So you make sure that you plan well to deliver the lesson, or you plan well based on the instructional objectives you want, the learning outcomes you want students to learn. So you plan well so that you achieve it. Okay, so at the planning stage, decide on a topic to be taught. You formulate your objectives and write them in behavioral terms as we identified earlier. You identify the initial behavior of learners. Okay, this is how students learn. Well, this is what they were exposed to. Okay, let's take it this way so that we can create this change. Let's take it this way so that they can change, they can learn it well. Identify the available materials and resources. These are all done at the resource planning stage. Selection of members for team teaching. Okay. There might be probably a lot of teachers in the school, but like, this is where you select, oh, I'll be this is my class, I'm the one going to teach. But let me take Madam Evelyn as my co-teacher. Then you go to the class. Let me take Madam Angela. Let me take Madam Gifty as my co-teacher to teach. Okay, when you go to the class, I'll take this section, then you to take this section. I will be doing this, and then you do this. These are all parts of the planning that we do. Taking the teaching, distributing responsibility, and then taking decision on how you evaluate everything. So all these take place in the planning stage, and then we go to the execution. What you have planned, then you execute it, the doing stage. Okay. So we have diagnosis of the learner state. When you start teaching, you realize that prior to what before teaching, like you felt students will behave this way towards it. By once you started teaching, it gave you a different reflection as what you were expecting. So once you start teaching, you can change your ways. Okay, a quick turnover so that you tell the other colleague that, oh, we realize that this thing will be wrong if you use the first approach. So like the other approach that we talked about, let's use that one, and then you continue with the teaching. Adopt appropriate communication strategy in teaching. If it's a parallel one that you both are sharing the same thing and you're in the same classroom together, just that one person is facing the other side and one person is facing the other side, you just tell yourselves that, okay, I will not shout much to affect the other class. And then I can tell my student that, we are two teachers in the classroom. So when you want to answer a question or you want to say something, if I tell you to clap, you just do it. You don't make it loud. If you want to raise your hand, don't do madam, like minimize the voice, the noise you make. Okay, so like it's all about just presenting it to the students. Okay, presentation of lead lecture by a competent facilitator of the team. Follow-up work, provide motivation by facilitators, supervise student activities. All those things happens in the execution stage. And then we have the last stage, which is evaluation. After teaching, how do you evaluate your teaching outcomes? Probably you've stated it in your objectives. Your objectives will identify how you evaluate it. Well, like what the other teacher said, someone said it that if I am the teacher, then I have given them assignments. The other teacher can make sure that the students are doing it. It may be a classwork, the students are doing it whilst I sit, and then she will be the one to mark. She will collect it and then she will mark. Okay. So it takes place at the evaluation stage. That's what I'm trying to say. So the outcomes are subjective to evaluation in the light of the set objectives, the learner's initial behavior, the methods and strategies planning. So the outcomes of whatever that you teach are subjected to be evaluated. Whatever that you teach in class, you have to evaluate it. The evaluation of the student performance is done through oral, written, or practical tests. By then you have decided, maybe I'll ask the question and then you will appoint students who answer if the students raise their hand. If you have to give them assignments, you tell them how they'll go by it. So it's all part of the evaluation stage. What are the advantages of team teaching? It enhances the learning experiences. I'm not rushing through this though, but like I'm just giving you the points. Then I'll send videos. I'll later send videos on you. It's almost time. It's 10:50. I know most of us are tired. There's another one topic that I have to teach before we end. So I'll give you just the points and then say some small things about it. So advantages of team teaching it enhances the learning experience. It's better student support. There's shared workload. There's professional growth, and then there's increased engagement. Disadvantages, it is time consuming. You have to plan well. You have to plan very, very well. Okay. Because when two people are doing things at the same time, there needs to be a collaboration. Okay, we need to work on some things together. So you have to plan well, and then it is time confusion. There's a potential for conflict. We might agree on something, and then whilst I'll be teaching, and then you think, oh, I should have done it this way. But I'll be like, no, we weren't expecting it to be. There might be a potential that it can happen. Okay, there can be real confusion. There can be inconsistency in delivery, and then there can be administration constraints. Not all schools are in support of team teaching. Oh, shit. Not all schools are in support of team teaching. So there might be administrative constraints. And then the last topic that we talk about are reflective practices. Reflective practices. It's just like the normal reflection that we know. You know, when you reflect on something, you think back on what you did, and then you see stories that, oh, what I did, did it go well? Did I do it well? Okay, do I need to better this part of it? Should I have removed this part from it? That is what reflection is about. Okay, so the reflective practices in teaching is a habitual and intentional examination of one's teaching approaches, some teaching and outcomes with the aim of improving educational effectiveness. So it's a process where the facilitators think over their teaching practices, analyze how something was taught and how the practice might be improved or changed for better outcomes. It goes beyond just thinking about what happened in class. It involves you deep questioning what you did. Okay, this instructional approach that I used in class, do I think it was really effective because I asked this question and the students gave these answers? Am I sure it really captured what I wanted to do? You think of all those things, okay, so that you can better yourself the next time you go to class. We have models of reflective practice. The first one is Gibbs reflective cycle. We have Kolb's experiential learning cycle. We talked about it last week. And then we have Sean's theory. Okay, these are just it's not something that we are going deep into, but they are just models or theories that people propounded, and then they were like, if you do this, then there are stages of like Kolb's one that we learned, like you learn from concrete, then you reflect, then when you go through all those things, it'll help better your teaching practices. Why do facilitators need to reflect on what they did? For professional growth. You know, you leave that profession, you need to better yourself. Okay, so you always have to reflect on what you did, so that you can see ways you can improve it, or see ways you can change some aspects of it. Okay, so that you can, for your own professional growth. And then also it improves teaching and learning. For personal development, it goes hand in hand for professional growth. professional growth is you on the field, and then for personal development for yourself, when you have this habit of always reflecting on what you did aside school, you can also your personal things that you do, you reflect on how things went, and then you better it in your life. It becomes part of you, and then it enhances students' outcomes. Type of reflection, we have 3 types of reflection. We have reflection that we do in action. That's the one we do during teaching. So whilst you be teaching, you realize that I just said this. I just told students to do this. Now the outcome I got wasn't what I was expecting. So let me change it. Okay, students, let's do this. Okay, all of you should go back to your sitting place, and then let's rearrange ourselves this way. Okay, you reflect whilst you are in action, whilst you are teaching, and you reflect on action. You're just looking back on the lesson after you have delivered it. So this one, you are not in classroom, but you just left the classroom to the staff room, and then you'll be thinking of, okay, this instructional approach I took, was it effective, or based on the assignment I gave them, the answers that I received, was it okay? Was it the best that I should have taken? Should I have used the first one that I thought I was doing, or the one that I had in my lesson? There are things that you think of to better your life, okay? And then you have the reflection for action. So you are reflecting on whatever you did, and then that will influence how you go to class the next time. So you plan for future learning. So this Form 3 that left just recently, okay, I realized that when I gave them this thing, they were not able to do it. So okay, then this time I won't let them do this practical work. I'll let them do this practical time. So the Form 2 come to Form 3, then I'll let them do this. So reflect for future learning. Strategies for practicing reflection. We have keeping a reflective journal. You write down your thoughts, your success, your challenges, your feelings after each lesson or school. Okay, you write everything down, and then you see that, oh, okay, this, if you can't really remember, like for every time, you can't even recall it. You can just go back to your book, and then you see that, oh, this particular year I did this, and then the students were better able to work around with. So like, yes, I have to improve this thing and work on it. Or this time I did this, and then the students also, you have to keep a book, okay, a journal that you can be writing your thoughts and everything in it. Peer observation and feedback. You can invite the teacher in your class whilst you teach, and then it's after the class, you ask the teacher how the lesson went, and then the teacher, if the teacher is so genuine with you, the person will tell you that, oh, you did this wrong, you did this right, and then you see how you can work on it. We have video recording. Whilst you teach, you take a video of yourself, okay? You can do it inside the class, or before you go to class, you take a video of yourself, and then after that, you watch it to see how things went. And then you can also get it from students' feedback. And then we have PLCs when you go to the secondary schools, which is more effective over the professional learning communities, where teachers, let's say teachers in home economics, will all, if it's Cape Coast, we all meet in one school, and then we reflect on some curriculum, or some this thing that we have to be using. Strategies that we have to be using, or some questions, or some things that we have to be using to facilitate in class. These are all strategies that we can use to reflect on what we taught. What are the benefits of reflective practices? It encourages lifelong learning and adaptability. It fosters critical thinking and problem solving. Once you think of it, like you think deep in it, and then you realize that, oh, I have to solve some parts of it. Okay, then you go and read ways, or you go and ask ways of solving it. So it fosters critical thinking and problem solving in educators or facilitators. It builds stronger facilitator-student relationship through more responsive interaction. So when students feel like, you ask students, oh, how did this go? And then they tell you that, madam, we wish you would have done it this way. If you do it this way, like, you feel like students will be like, oh, this teacher, when we tell her our problem, she's able to give us like what we need to help classes learn, students learn better. It helps educators to stay current and more relevant in their teaching methods. everything that has advantages also has disadvantages. Time constraint, okay. You're not going to sit down and then think of what you did. And sometimes it's time consuming because writing everything down, then looking for solutions to it. You might need time for other things. Okay, you probably gave them assignments and then you need to mark them. After assignments, you need to go home and then take care of your family too. So there is a problem of time constraint, emotional discomfort. Honest self-assessment may uncover uncomfortable truth or feeling of inadequacy. So like when you ask your friend, okay, to give you an honest truth on how your class went, and then you feel like the person tells you that, oh, this instructional approach that you took, the instructional approach that you took was very, very bad. Like you should have done it this way. Sometimes it makes you feel bad of yourself. Like it brings you down, okay? If especially when it's from students, so madam, like you feel like it just brings you down. There are people just like that, okay? When you give them the truth, the honest truth, like it's hard for them to accept it. They will be able to accept it, but like it will still have an impact on them. And then sometimes you can reflect on the things that you did wrong, okay, and then you feel of bettering it, but there are no equipment, okay, to facilitate such learning. So if you feel like in a school where you don't have home economics lab, and then you describe a particular food preparation method to students, and it feels like it would have been best if you had those equipments in class, okay, materials in class to help students, and then you don't have it, you don't see how to progress with it, okay. You feel like you're not doing your best, but you have no option. You have to do it just like that. So those are the challenges with reflective practices. By God's grace, we have come to the end of the lesson. It's 11:02. I'm sorry, I've exceeded your time. But there's an assignment, okay? This one, I'm expecting you to do it, okay? As I explained earlier, let me explain this one into details. As I explained earlier, we have two groups. We have two groups in each center. Okay, I'm not expecting everyone to do the presentation. I'm expecting just two people to present. Okay, so you design a team teaching plan to facilitate learning SHS home economics. So with your team teaching that you're going to do, you identify your planning activities, or you stated that this is how we plan our lesson. We look through the curriculum and then we find ourselves that we'll be teaching this topic. This person will do this and I'll do this. You can go through the types and then which one is comfortable with you, you choose it, okay? You identify the execution approach, the evaluation approaches, and then you write the roles and responsibility of each member. I'm not expecting something really plenty, but like something to grasp the idea, to get the idea that what we taught today was effective, okay? So I'm expecting that next week, when I ask, you don't tell me that, madam, we didn't do it. I'm really begging you, okay, let's do it. Okay, so I'll pause here and then I'll ask for if you have any questions, contribution, anything. We discuss it and then we leave the class.
Madam.
Madam Vivian.
Hello, madam.
Hello, Madam Vivian. Hello, we can hear you.
Madam, it was Madam Gift who was trying to say something.
Really? Okay, then Madam Gifty. Madam Gifty. I think I saw Madam Vivian.
Madam, please.
Yes.
Madam. Madam, please. So the groups will be clothing and food in each center.
Okay, so this is what I will do. Okay, you know, home economics, we have food and nutrition, clothing and textiles, and management in living. Okay, so I would like us to treat all three, both practical and the theoretical aspects of it. So this is what I'm going to do. We have West School, food and nutrition and clothing and textiles. So you are not doing practicals. You are just getting a theoretical a topic from home economics, not a practical topic. Then you design your lesson plan around it. Okay, your teaching and everything around it for 20 minutes. Okay, and then we come to UCC, clothing and textiles, food and nutrition. It should be a practical course that you will teach, a practical topic. And then we go to Zenith. You take two food and nutrition, the food and nutrition and clothing students are all combined together. Okay, so we can say that food and nutrition students can take one topic in management in living, and then clothing and textile students will take another topic in management in living. Should I share it this way? Clothing and textile, the clothing and textile students should take a practical in management. You have some practical topics in it, so get one practical topic in management, and then you teach it. So Zenith, West School, we have food and nutrition, clothing and textiles. It's a non-practical topic. Food UCC, food and nutrition, clothing and textiles, a practical topic. When you go to Zenith, I'll type it and send it to your group so that you get it better. Zenith, you are working on management in living. Food and nutrition students will take a non-practical topic, and then clothing and textile students will take a practical topic. Do you have any questions with it? For 20 minutes. Hello. Hello.
Hello,
Yes,
madam.
hello, madam. That would be better.
So please, are we all do we all understand the assignment?
Yes, madam.
I'm glad you all understand the assignment, but I'll still type it and send it to your groups, okay? So that you can better those who didn't come and then they might try to confuse you. They will know what to do, okay? So it's 11:07, and I'm glad you had time to share this long hours with me. So till we meet next week Sunday, it's bye for now. Enjoy the rest of your day. Okay.
Thank you, madam. Bye.
Bye.
Hello. Hello. Hello, Mbacho, where we are?